Sergeant Pepper, you are first. How are you doing, Sergeant Pepper? Good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Arvis is first. Fine, Arvis is first. Fine, Arvis, you're first, okay? Okay. Pickled, how are you doing? I guess Arvis is first because he gets to time people out. Yep, I am the rant man. I will rant about. I've given up on non-rant. I'm taking a reverse rant. A new Marvel superhero rant, man. Yeah, it's a reverse rant. Ethos. I'm done not ranting about stupidity. Okay, let me be fair. I'm done not ranting about things that I think are stupid. How about that? How's everyone doing? Good to see everyone. I'm just getting set up here. I gotta set up. Apparently, I did not do enough. I did not prepare for this stream. I'm just here for the paycheck. I don't care about anything else. I'm here to write crappy code and get that paycheck, yo. I'm all about that money. It's taking me a minute to parse all those double negatives, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Panda. Who is this guy? Some new and upcoming streamer? What do you do, buddy? Oh, excuse me, you got me on that one. Guys, I'm only here to write crap code and then get that money. I'm just here to get paid. That's what I do, Panda. What did you clip me, Sergeant? What did you clip me do? What did Sergeant clip me doing? Sergeant, you know it's not allowed to clip me, right? I see some crap code, so let's go. Let's get that paycheck, right? I'm finished not ranting about all the things I do not find not stupid. Spiro 2024. It's true, I'm done not ranting about them. Yeah, that's a good clip. That's a good clip. I have to admit, that's a good clip. You know you're in deep when you see the DD. It's the double Ds. No, Sergeant. No one wrote anything about my code, Sergeant. No one wrote anything about my code. Listen, can any of you actually make an argument for why you couldn't write an AI system that could run on a bajillion if statements? Just any argument at all for why it could not work? I bet you none of you can come up with a single argument why it can't work. Isn't that exactly how it works? If you reduce everything down, yeah. Yeah. Jillian, I can only do about 200. That's a skill issue, Panda. Listen, Panda, if you want that paycheck, okay? If you wanna go home and look your kids and your wife in the eye and say, listen, honey, I brought home the bacon. And you want to have no pride in your work? Do more than 200 if statements. Okay, skill issue. How can you look yourself in the mirror when you actually do good work? Unbelievable. Oh, I got to about 200 and then I was told no one has time for that, so it just stopped. Yeah, no one has time for it. Everyone's chasing the dollar, yo. Get to market fast, get that money fast, and just kick the problems down the road for the next dev, right? Who cares if you introduced a bunch of stuff, a bunch of issues? The next dev will deal. As long as you get paid. As long as you get paid, yo. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being that way? Okay. I'm just doing some tests on production server off screen. I'm trying to talk so I can keep up with I can keep you guys entertained. But I'm going to be doing some WebAssembly with HTMX and Laravel. Fellow Sublime user, hey Broad, how you doing? Good to see you, Broad. What color scheme is that? That is called Ascetic Night. Night as in like darkness. Color scheme. There you go. Ascetic Night. Yeah, I keep at this point I just keep swapping around IDEs just because editors and whatnot, because it's fun to watch the chat seethe and recoil in disgust. But my favorite editor is Sublime, for sure, 100%. How you doing, Broad? Good to see you. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave this up for a second. I'm gonna start. I'm not using Zed. I'm not touching Rust, Ryan. I don't care how much you protest. I doth not care how much you protesteth. I will not touch Rust. It's a yucky, gross thing to do. Also the language. That was stupid. Why will I not touch Rust? Ryan, do you like not watch me at all? I've talked about this like 100 times. Are you just debating me? All your network requests go through Cloudflare, which uses Rust for their networking. So suck it, streamer. Yeah, well, Cloudflare sucks. Now I'm just doing it out of principle. Hey Shreyas, how you doing? You don't? Nah, I figured you don't. I don't watch you. No, you don't watch me. You never watch me. This is what Ryan does when he has my stream on. He just mutes me and then he just types in messages. Doesn't actually listen to what I say back. He just likes to talk. Unironically though, they do. Yeah, Arvis, I think they've gone. They started out not sucking, and I'm more and more leaning towards the impression that they've gone in the direction of sucking. So I tend to agree with you, Arvis, but I'm not firmly on that position. Or are we talking about how much I hate Rust? I mean, I don't hate Rust as a language, just the ecosystem. PHP is boring, so you come say hi, mute the tab, get back to work. Yeah, exactly. You drop a grenade into chat, right? You're like, hey Spiro, rant about whatever today, and then you mute the tab, and that's it. Get back to work equals go to Prime stream. Yeah, yeah. If you want entertainment and you want like uh fence sitting opinions, you go to Prime stream. Yeah, that was kind of mean, but it was funny. I could say they've positioned themselves in a suck-oriented direction in the industry, and the industry could use less suck. Dude, Arvis, the industry could use a massive de-shitification. The industry needs a nuke, yeah, broad. Should I go? Because should I go on another rant? Should I do another rant about this? About what I've been seeing today? While I go run some, check some stuff out on production? Who wants to hear another rant? People should think. I almost read that out, Shreyas, you bastard. I'll fix this. I'm rewriting the internet in VB6. Honestly, Arvis, that would be better. Okay, well none of you are saying you want to hear another rant from me, so I'm just going to move on and let you know what I'm going to be doing today. Um I've got some Laravel PHP code up right now because um we like to let the rants happen organically. That's fair, Sergeant. Um because I need what I'm going to try and do is create some web components which um use HTMX but can also use APIs that are like it could be like a REST API with JSON data, for example. Um, and part of the reason why I want to do that is because what is this stream? I know is because we for the project I'm working on, which I've showed on stream, the thing I'm doing on production on the side here now, and for a new project that's going to be based in Laravel and whatnot. Um, it might be the case that there are particular features which are done by different teams, which I don't have any real control over, and they might want to use something like React or Vue or Svelte or whatever. And there are style guidelines that need to be followed, and we want to have like a shell, right? Imagine you have like a top menu and a left sidebar and a logo on the corner, like just whatever, right? There's a shell. We could web component those shells. Yeah, I did say svelte. Maybe I didn't say it correctly. We could web component those shells, those aspects of the app, and then you could take that web component and you could run it in any capacity that you needed to run it against our Laravel driven server, and then you could drop in your feature with whatever framework you want to use, because the web component should just work with any framework. So what I'm hoping is that I can I can come up with a smart way to use web components to capture elements of the page and componentize them. Plus, on top of that, there's some other added benefits, I think. Um, with HTMX swapping, you sometimes have to do. Hey, Alava, how are you doing? you sometimes have to do custom JavaScript. Um, like you do, like sometimes you do want like a small level of interactivity, and you also want to have CSS that's like catered to the component itself, like that portion of the component, right? And with web components, you can do that. You can kind of isolate um, components by themselves, and then apply CSS and JavaScript to it. So that's my thing. That's what I'm trying to do today. I don't know what mitosis is. Hey ALS, how you doing? You're working on Moodle again? Oh, fantastic. Fantastic, ALS. Yeah, it's a similar to a mitosis thing. Correct. Yeah, this is great. It's just that I want to do it with HTMX. Hey, Halavo, yeah. Yeah, I've used Drupal before. Sure have. Quite a bit. So anyway, it's been an interesting several days. I like to think that my rant has it pushed a whole bunch of other uh, divides on Twitter. I want to put myself in the position that my rant on Friday opened up the door to many stupid takes on many different topics. So yeah, that's it makes me feel good. My job uses Go full time over the summer. I'll have to work with it. ALS Drupal isn't. It'll be okay. It has a lot of stupidity built into it, but it'll be okay. Once you start getting the hang of it, you're gonna be fine. Open up. um. Hey, Joy Corey. What happened to my beard? I had to shave it off. I essentially I essentially lost. PHP by its very nature has a lot of built into it. Here's you know what? I think you're right, Trace. I think PHP is a good example of a programming language that you could consider like a something that was a bad tool, right? A bad programming language that people put a lot of time into making better. So I would say PHP today is better than PHP from at least several years ago, maybe even more. And that's what happens when people tend to care about what they're doing and they want to make something better. Um, so it's a sign that it's possible to improve upon a bad tool. However, for all the Twitter folks or X folks or whatever, anybody, I don't care who you are, I don't care where you're posting it. For all the people who go, it doesn't matter what you use. Well, no, it does matter what you use. It absolutely matters what you use. And I don't care how quick you are with it. And I don't care what the external requirements are. I don't care if you're faster with it. You're making a trade-off with the tool that you're using. And it's the PHP is actually like proof of that, because years ago, when PHP was terrible, you could actually make a case for like not using PHP. That case is less strong today. Maybe not even it might have even reversed because of the improvements to PHP. Um, but it would matter because the language itself enforces practices that necessarily create bad, I don't know, programming output, which means bad quality, which means et cetera, et cetera. So you know, yes, tools matter. The tools matter, and the answer to bad tools isn't to try and take a tool and twist it into something it shouldn't be. Like, for example, JavaScript on the back end. That's stupid. Um, that's the stupidest fucking idea you can possibly do. You're just taking something that was never meant to be that way, and you're trying to make it that way because it's easier for the people who know JavaScript to get into a field that they have no place being in without the knowledge to be there. Essentially, you're just providing an easy button for more shit output. It's ridiculous. So it absolutely matters. Stop making things that which they are not. And focus on making the things that are currently crappy better. And I think PHP is a sign that, like, it can be done. There's probably other things I can't think of right now, but I can't think of anything specifically right now. But I think the tech industry has shown before that you can take something and show that it's meant to target a specific thing, and it starts off bad, and then it becomes better. And then, in particular as well, just to add on to that, people who are like, well, it doesn't actually matter what you use, just as long as you can meet deadlines. As long as you can, as long as it's more important that you get paid. I have a family to feed, etc. That is the stupidest. It's the most stupid fucking way to look at your job ever. If everybody thought like that, we would not have come out of the Stone Age. You can't just like be like, well, I did my part because I get to bring a paycheck home. All you're really doing is just accepting crap and then being like, well, as long as I get paid for the crap I produce, then I guess I can say it's not crap. As long as I get to pay the bills and take care of my family, then it's not crap. But you're choosing to ignore the necessary entailment of where that kind of work leads. All you're doing is kicking the problem down the road. If if a person was creating like those arms that they have in automobile factories, if somebody was going to work and they were creating those arms and they're like, yeah, we didn't really do this quite correctly, but who the fuck cares because I get paid. Right, and I get to go home and bring a nice big paycheck to my family. I don't give a shit, right? And then you have all these shitty arms producing shitty automobiles, and maybe you don't get that shitty automobile today. Maybe your kid does down the road, and then they get in an accident because you produced a shitty arm because you're like, good enough. As long as I get paid, good enough. All you're doing is kicking the problem down the road. It doesn't help you, it doesn't help your family, and it doesn't help anybody around you. That is the stupidest fucking take you can have. And that doesn't just go for developers. That people who are industry leaders, so executives, managers, people like that, they also need to do. They also need to think this way because the problem is that developers are pressured by upper management to chase the dollar. We need to push shit out as fast as we can. Who the fuck cares what the shit is? As long as we get paid for it, as long as we get that investor money, you all get to go home and have that paycheck and live the good life. Who cares about the consequences? And then we as developers don't speak up enough and say like, hey, no, there's actually a better way, where the industry itself needs to be aware that good work actually brings in more money. And so then businesses can look at their products that way, and therefore developers get that reciprocal feedback of they can also look at the stuff they're producing that way. Arvis says, I'd say definition of a DSL. I mean, as far as I can tell, the options that there's one web specific or two role scaffold, web server and language notes. I feel that two is more overhead. Yeah, Arvis, I agree. Yeah. Oh crap, chat's going off. JavaScript paid for my college tuition. Yeah. It's like 0.01% of jobs I don't give where their button is perfectly centered. Yeah, it's sure, or because you might not, but somebody does. There is a point in pay scale in which I would shut my mouth and do as I'm told. Well, then you're just selling your soul for money, Ryan. That's good luck with that. See how that turns out. Software engineers are not saving the world. Can you honestly tell me, Orcs, that we might not be saving the world, but can you honestly tell me that software is not one of the primary driving factors of people's everyday lives? That at some level there is no software that primarily drives people's lives. You get in a car, any car in the last 5 years at least has some kind of software built into it that gets you from point A to B from point A to point B, which means if you're driving your kid to school, if you're going to work, whatever, there's some software in there that's driving your life. It's everywhere. We might not be saving the world, but we're certainly changing it. We certainly have a massive impact. If all you're doing is pushing JSON, there's nothing wrong with Node. Yeah, maybe, Sergeant, maybe, but it's not meant to be that way. And there are better choices. My soul isn't worth much. Add a 0 to my salary and I would even write JS on the server. You guys might be trolling, but I don't. I take that seriously. I don't. There is no amount of entailed consequences to shitty work like that you can pay me to do, because I will not adhere to a process or some kind of enforcement that will make things worse for myself and the people around me. I don't care how much you pay me. I wrote JSON on the server. All we do is pull documents out of Mongo and push pull. It's perfectly fine for that. If that's fair, Sergeant. I think the idea that JavaScript is supposed to run like entire websites back to front, that's where it goes too far. If we're just using JavaScript to like pass data around, I get it. There are probably use cases for that that are perfectly normal. Yeah. Do you think PHP is greater JS for backends? Generally, Shreyas, yeah. Orcs, every career field thinks the world can't turn without them. At the end of the day, everyone's replaceable, so you might as well get paid. Orcs, that's not a very good take. The world will turn without you, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that you get to just shrug your shoulders and say, well, not my fucking problem. Peace. Like, you don't think you can do anything? You don't think you can make your little corner of the world just a little bit better? Really? You have no power. You're just a widget. You might as well just go ahead with the shit and make more shit and get paid for it and think that there's absolutely no consequence to you. That's naive. You make your world better with cash, yeah, while you make other aspects better or worse in return for that cash. And tell me what your cash does to make the world better. Do you take that cash and then like what, run your own company with that? And I think a better argument is that your life is finite and you should be concerned with your safety above most things. Um, yeah, I could, I'd have to think through how I would articulate that, but yeah, Arvis, I can see the point there. If I see a problem in how I'm producing what I'm producing, and I think that it will have a negative impact on the world around me, I don't care how much I'm getting paid. There is no amount of money that will protect me from my own participation in creating terrible things. Right. Let's when your family. I'm not worried about the world. I have a family, and I care a lot. It is different when you have a family. You should care more, not less, because the world impacts you. The customer, the product you're producing has an impact on you. Okay, if I click on this link, why won't this work? Uh, Hang on, folks. I gotta check. Gotta check something. A new framework every week with JavaScript does not make it good. I agree with that. 100 bad choices is not better than one mid choice. Yes, I can also agree to that. Nobody's pushing you to pick the latest framework. No, but like, if you follow the look, say what you will about the whole like Theo and DGG thing, but they both have something that they're pushing, right? They like they're and because they're influencers, right? They do it, um, and people listen to them. So there are people pushing it. You do have a choice. You don't have to. Exactly what you're saying, Shreyas. Like, you don't have to. Yes, um, but there is push for it, right? Orcs, listen, man. I don't know what to tell you. I think that's a very naive, short-sighted view of your work. If you think you don't have an impact in the world, why? Like, even if it's just like whether or not you're producing like good HTML, which you look at that and you're going like, what? How does HTML impact the world? If you think it has no impact on the world, then it's a naive, short-sighted take. I can understand why you might think that. I can understand that. I can understand why you might look at something small and go, it doesn't matter." But it does matter. And the whole concept of like the whole mindset of it doesn't matter. It's just a tiny thing. Who the hell cares? Um, it leads into the mindset of, well, this is also small, and then this is also small, and then this is also small, and then you take all these small things and suddenly they're not so small anymore because you just look at everything in a vacuum and you think it doesn't matter. Can you expand on how crummy HTML might impact the world? You know that, like, here's just as an example. Nisk, thank you for the follow just now. Hey Vincent, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Just as an example, I can't remember who was it, NASA or SpaceX. I can't remember. They built some of their dashboards on browser-based tech. I think it was like HTML, JavaScript, CSS tech, like essentially, right? Think about the impact that has if you write absolute crappy stuff that you don't realize is crappy until you're way too deep into into 80% of the way into your mission, and then because you wrote some crappy HTML, someone can't do something, and then lives are lost, and you lose out on the scientific things that you would, whatever it is, right? Like, it's kind of a off the top of my head example, but there are absolutely cases where if you don't care enough about what you're doing, yes, it does have an impact on the world as like in general. And the world can be like locally, like to your world, and also in general to like everywhere. It feels like the guy came to Prime's chat to keep saying that it was immoral to use Zig. Yeah, yeah, I'm like that guy. Yeah, you nailed it, Ryan. Yeah, it's complacency. Yeah, I think most for situational decision, but maybe habitual complacency could. No, not. I mean, orcs. I would say not. Maybe I would say it does, and I would say that the tech industry in specific has created an ecosystem where it's ridiculously easy to become complacent. And if anything, it's not just applauded; it's paid for. It's paid for with money. The more complacent you are, the more money you make, baby. So who the fuck cares, right? Hey Marco on X, how you doing? Well, no matter what the framework is, maybe HTML, it would still have been designed to do all the stuff it needed to do as a functional. I don't think the framework influences the functionality, rather the efficiency of how it got implemented. Perhaps, perhaps, Vincent, but nobody thinks too hard about it. Hey Bogan, good to see you. Marco on X says, "Wait, you make more money if you're complacent." You sure do. Wow, Magic Macaroni. Thank you for the follow just now on Twitch. I appreciate it. The first statement I heard is slightly dubious. In Marco on X, in the tech industry, if the more complacent you are, the more money you make. Because as long as you just pump out whatever it is, whatever you got to pump out, and it doesn't matter how shitty it is, you get paid for it. That's what you're chasing, is the dollar, not the quality of the work. That's what the tech industry has become. And I've been seeing it all weekend. People are like, "Yeah, man, I'm just here to make a paycheck. Pay for my family. I'll prioritize that over doing good quality work anytime." It's like, okay, way to be short-sighted. And Bogan, but there are particular pieces of technology that I will dump on, like React and Rust, for example. Tay, that company will. Hang on, I'm wrong because a company like the. I, no, Tay, that's falsifiably false. I don't know, verifiably false. I have worked in vast majority of the companies I've worked for are full of people who are more than happy to be complacent about what they're doing, and they're the ones who get the pay raises because they're just meeting some stupid criteria, and as long as they meet the criteria, it doesn't matter the actual quality of their work until it's too late, and by then they've either quit or they've made their money and they're out. I think the heart of the issue is no one wants to be the martyr, but the majority want to be part of the revolution. The first to speak up gets absolutely destroyed. Yeah, Panda. That's why I've had to resolve myself to just not caring about other people's shitty opinions about producing shit and thinking that it's okay to produce such shit. I just don't care. If you think it's okay and you think that it's not a primary driver in the tech industry, you're a fucking moron. Marco, you can say many things. Rust people typically care about their work. Yeah, Rust people typically care about their work. They also care about making sure that they completely destroy the ecosystem and environment around Rust as a language, which is a prime recipe for ensuring that that language does not have longevity and instead implodes on itself. I need to look at something. You have a colored view about the Rust world? Yeah, I sure do, Shreyas. And time will tell whether I'm right or not. It's debatable that most Rust people don't even know what they're doing to begin with. I don't know, man. I just don't see it. Marcon X, rude when I'm cherry picking what I'm arguing against. Don't expose me by moving the goalpost. So you basically use Zig to say F you to Rust? No. I use Zig because I feel like it's an actually objectively better language than Rust. And it's also not surrounded by as much zealotry community-wise. Subject to change. One of Rust, Zig, or probably Gleam are going to be the next gen system languages, or Go. I don't think it's correct to say Zig and Rust are solving the same problems, but I hate them both. Fair Harvest. Rust already has Linux kernel support, so that's a big win for it. I do agree it's a win for Rust. I disagree that if you're going to make the case that as a result of that, it makes it a language of longevity. I don't think so. I think with enough bad community around it, it can blow up quite easily, whether it's embedded in Linux or not. Rust isn't going anywhere. Well, we'll see, Ryan. We'll see with time. You don't see, why does the community matter, Vincent? Because I have seen languages where the community has decided that they're going to be idiots and they're going to make a massive change, for example, to the language, and entire companies get shut down because they've anchored themselves to said language. So yes, the community does matter, because the community does not give two craps whether their changes or their supposed ideology is going to have massive negative impacts on any other company. They just care about that language and not the people using them. That's what happens when a community gets too deeply embedded with their. It's as if the language is them. And that's part of it, Bogan. Yeah, yeah. But if you interact with the community in general, um, there's some pretty whatever. It's fine. You don't have to take my word for it. You can just go interact with them. Okay, so if I'm gonna work on this, then I might as well just might as well put my code I'm working on screen. So you can see what I'm doing. Um, okay. So anyways, get good and don't settle for shitty work. In exchange for a paycheck, and think that you're gonna walk away unscathed. That's my take. Marco on X, the last shop I worked for, built everything in house. That wasn't in the SPL. Quite extreme, but valid thing in that industry, and it actually helped in high availability and upgrades. Um, Not everything has to be in house. I get it. Um, but it's undervalued. The attention and rewards are going to the wrong places, which just amplify those wrong places, those wrong processes. That's what agile was is. Agile is just a way for managers to just stroke each other's ego and say, well, we know we're producing shit, but at least we checked off our boxes. When the process underneath the hood is like, well, we're using React. Everyone said we should be using React. Why are we still producing shit? Oh, let's put Agile on top of it, so that way we get to say that we checked off all our boxes. I'm in a bad situation. Hey Nima 2D, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. I'm in a bad situation like that where my current job is full remote and I enjoy that, but I get bad PHP code. I accept it and hope next year things will be better. Maybe it's a bad move though. But Agile does allow for more consistent results with constant updates. Says who, Vincent? Provide me the evidence that it does, because my argument is that it does not. All it does is obfuscate shit. ALS, that's the it's a problem because, you know, I get it. People are scared to say anything about it because they don't want to, um they don't want to lose the paycheck and whatever. Um so I understand that if you're just gonna, like, just be the guy who shakes the boat, so to speak, you could find yourself out of a job. But the point is that if if us as developers weren't such fucking pussies and we grew a pair of balls and we told management that there's a better way to do things and we proved it out, uh, then things would change. But instead we go quiet because we want that paycheck. That's the naivety of the whole concept, that, hey, just shut the fuck up and take that paycheck. Who the fuck cares? Complacency at its peak. No, it does matter. You speak up, you say something about it, you put your money where your mouth is, and you put the effort in, and you prove that, yes, sometimes doing things the right way takes longer, but it is worth more, not just financially, but also in terms of quality of work. We all just go along with it. So we have to step up and do something about it, and the answer is not just shut the fuck up. Yeah, Vincent, exactly. The idea of agile is it is the only place where you can point to any proof that agile produces better results. It does fucking not. It produces worse results. It's just that people get to say that it's better results because they checked off a bunch of bullshit boxes. That's all it is. Jetty Yeti, thank you for the follow on Twitch just now. Talking shit about PHP? No, not really. Muad. Good to see you, Muad. I hope you're doing well. There's a better solution. Saying there's a better way is the same logic that got us writing JS everywhere. Arvis, it's not a, you have to be able to prove it, right? You have to be able, at the very least, how about this? At the very least, you have to be able to say, well, I know there's a better way. I don't know exactly what that is, but the way we're doing it now is shit. At the very least, calling that out. It's not just managers, unfortunately. There's plenty of bad actors below board too. Yeah, Swan. Yes, I agree. It is across the board. But I point to the tech industry because it's in my domain. It's in my wheelhouse. It's something I know and have experience. At the ripe old age of 40, with almost 3 decades of experience in the industry, I've seen a lot of shit. And I know that it's not just developers, but it's developers that I can talk to. And it's developers who can help to sway minds of managers, because the managers don't know how to develop. If enough developers speak up, just like they did with React, saying React is the greatest panacea to all your problems, and managers and executives went, holy shit, yes, let's do that. Or the whole concept of TypeScript will save all our problems, don't worry. JavaScript sucks, but if you put TypeScript on, don't worry, your developers will be better. And then managers went, yeah, sure, that sounds great. Developers have much more power. Influencers have much more power, and most influencers do not use their influence for shit. They do it as a self-serving way to manipulate companies so they can get that paycheck. It's all about that paycheck. And as long as you get to go home, you get to look your wife in the eye and say, I brought home that paycheck, honey, and you get to hug your kids and they get taken care of, who the fuck cares what the consequences are of your stupid ass decisions, right? The language has not much to do with it. Arvis, I disagree. There are some languages which there is no hope of making significant enough improvements to make that language reach into scopes upon which that language was not meant to reach into. Not in all cases, but I would say in far more cases than not. You could also not join a company using Agile. From my experience, is often asked in advance when hiring what management type you don't want. Eventually, companies would notice if no one wants Agile that way. It depends, because there are a lot of managers who are very, very happy to fight tooth and nail for agile because it gives them a way to wash their hands for bad, shitty management of developers. Exactly, Muad. It's about chasing the money. It's about getting that investor dollar and not actually caring about it. It's a short-sighted view. See, this is the problem: is that you don't have to, you don't have to sink your company in order to produce good quality stuff. And good quality stuff actually makes a company better and stronger. But that's not the way they see it. Work largely in dead languages, but the thing that makes them dead is their inability to integrate with better management practices. The languages are capable of solving the problem. The things surrounding them are not. I mean, I can agree, Arvis, that there are some languages that are still that are like that, for sure. But I think, but again, I would push back on you and say that there are languages which just fundamentally are just stupid, and there's no amount of work you can put into them to make them not stupid. And I would argue like React Server Components is one of those. I don't care who the fuck you are. React Server Components is the stupidest shit to be shitified ever. And people who push it are just pushing the chase the almighty dollar. It's like, fuck you. Someone, I forget who, said that there's a tendency among normies to see complexity as better than simplicity. So more code is better, which is actually counterproductive. And there isn't much opposing that mindset. Exactly. Yeah. Bogan, that's exactly right. Yeah, you don't have, well, Ryan, I think we can agree there. You don't have to refuse to work at companies that do these things. But what I've been trying to say is that developers have a say, and we have proof in recent years, even in the last year, that when developers say something, management listens if enough of them speak up. So we can make a change, but too many of us are too complacent. Casey Muratori makes a good case for writing quality software. I agree. I saw that, Laughfully. Good to see you, by the way, Laugh. And tomorrow on YouTube, what is it? It's me ranting about the shitification of the tech industry. I argue that JS is that case. It's fundamentally a nightmare, which is outweighed by its easiness to write 90% of the time. So Arvis, my argument back to you. So okay, Arvis, I agree with you about JavaScript. My argument back to you was that we should, instead of writing 100 frameworks for JavaScript, we should just write something that's a different, like entirely different than JavaScript. But then you have to get browsers on board, et cetera, which means that enough of the developers who are using this stuff need to be vocal about it and actually push it. And influencers need to actually give a shit beyond their bank accounts. So that, for example, browser vendors can actually listen to what developers are saying and go, holy shit, there's a better way to do it. Let's do that. It's not sure side. Time to market is important. Sometimes you have to take a shortcut to best the competition, because at the end we deliver things to the normal user who's paying. We not care less about how things work as long as they get the job done. Muad, I can somewhat agree and I somewhat disagree. We're at a place where getting to market using shit is just shittily getting to market. If we had better tools, and then your argument was we can use these better tools that are actually good to get to market faster so we can make money, then I would say that's a better argument. But in the current landscape, that's not a very good argument. We actually have to slow down to speed up. Yeah, Arvis, PHP is a capable language, yeah. Easiness is a trap, yes, exactly. That's what React did. It made it easy for people to do crap stuff, yeah. The one selling point I can think of for RSC is that it means having a unified code base for both server and browser, but I haven't heard any really good noise about the implementation. Why do we need to have a unified code base for server and browser? Like, what's changed that we need to have that? It is an absolute requirement to have a unified code base. I know the answer. Do you know the answer? It all goes back to one thing. How things work affects the user end experience. If it's built properly, then the end result will benefit from that, faster, more robust. Yes, Laugh, yeah. But in order to get there, has to be some processes that are put in place beforehand. And we're not doing that. We're just doing the opposite of whatever that is. ALS, yeah, I use mostly Forge and DigitalOcean are my go-to. But you kind of have to pay for that. Chest devs are boiling frogs. Yeah. PHP made it really easy to do crap stuff. I agree, Bogan. I agree. That's why PHP is actually a good example of it was an easy button to do really crappy things, and then people are like, enough is enough. And now PHP has gotten a lot better, and you can actually do good quality stuff with it now. And the language kind of actually encourages you to do it. The interview discussion thing already happened last time I was on, I believe. Yeah, I haven't confirmed. I haven't got a confirmation that it's going to happen. It was tentative to begin with, but as far as I know, it's going to happen. It's in 3 hours approximately. Yeah, Chan. Yeah, I'm streaming work stuff, which I don't. I have some of it on screen. I'm going to switch over to some of it. PHP used to be pretty much the only way to write server code, much less true now. Though I imagine there's still some web hosting. Yeah, you know, the old school hosting sites that are still going. Yes, yes. Yeah. I probably should just confirm. Marco, let me be blunt. I like React over the wire, says Marco on X. Marco woke up and chose reverse violence to me today. Their RSC wire format is great. Okay. Yeah, I can see why you would think a good implementation of a shitty system is good. I get it. The wire format? Yeah, okay. There, sure, you can take something that is really crappy and you can see aspects of it which are implemented correctly, and then you go, holy crap, if that portion was implemented in this other thing, can you imagine how good it would be? I get that. Anyway, my overall counterpoint to Spiro is that it's a bit nonsensical to simply toss out certain technology in favor of something newer on that basis alone. PHP lets you do shit things. Maybe it even encourages you. Educate yourself to not do those things. Improve the project in your hands by being better. So Arvis, you know what? Generally speaking, I would agree with you. And I would say that JS is such a case where you don't necessarily have to throw out JS. You could just practice using JS better, which yes, it comes with time and experience and all of that stuff that people are very hesitant to do because that doesn't bring the paycheck, apparently, right? Which is that is completely nonsensical, but it does bring the paycheck, and it brings a bigger paycheck than using JS with shitty shit. Might take his shit devs will always find a way to create shit no matter what tech they use. Yeah, Bogan, of course. Yeah. Developers, I think one of the problems that happened is the bootcamp industry where a bunch of juniors came in and wanted easy money, and it didn't help that people were posting YouTube videos going like, here's how you can make 10,000 a month, doing HTML emails. It's a completely short-sighted way. It gave false impression to everybody, and then on top, and then you have an influx of all these shitty developers, and then you're like, well, how are we gonna make these shitty developers be less shitty? Well, let's create a shitty framework and then pretend like it's gonna solve all the problems, and it didn't. It did not. Marco, I'd compare it to binary encoded HTML or HTMX. That's fair, Marco. That's fair. You know what, Arvis? I'm gonna I'm gonna go ahead and say that I would be interested in talking with you about that, maybe offline. I would. It's very interesting to me to go into a more nuanced argument about why JS in specific is just so not good under the hood that there's no hope for it. I would love to have that conversation. I would love to hear what you have to say, because my gut feeling, not based on anything objective, my gut feeling is, maybe because I've seen this happen before, um, you can write okay JavaScript that functions pretty good. And to me, it's like that's enough. Like that's enough to make it so that JS isn't hopeless. If maybe I didn't say that right, but I hope the intention got across. Selecting good tech isn't enough to make good things. I agree, Bogan. But good tech can help to increase the quality of things you do make. And good tech would, by its nature, encourage you to understand the tech you are using, so that you produce better things. There is a lot of wacky stuff in JS, but you can still produce things that aren't crappy in it. If you have enough discipline and you take care about what you're writing, the JavaScript code doesn't have to be that bad. JS is good as what it's good and meant for. Just use it for that. Don't start using it as a general purpose language. 100% agree with you there, Ryan. It's not good at that. It's one of the worst choices. Yeah. Hey, LG on Twitch, first time chat. Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. V8JS is probably one of the most advanced JITted languages out there. It can be quite fast. I can agree that it can be fast, but also at the same time, unfortunately, it does make it easy to produce low quality work that isn't fast. I just don't think it should be. I just don't think it should be twisted to be used into things that it's not meant to be used for. It has a purpose, and it can be good for that purpose. And twisting it to do things like let's run entire server infrastructures with it, I just don't think is a it's never a good idea. It's never a good idea to try and twist things into things that of which they are not. It's like one of the laws of logic. Just don't do that. Do so at your own peril. And I think we've seen the peril. Why can't I get a job in the tech industry? Why is there so much layoffs? Because we've been producing shit for so long. JS is in the bad part, says Marco on X. TypeScript is. It's so bad. People dislike compilation as a whole on the web. Marco, couldn't agree with you more. It's so much cope that compiling the web is like somehow a good thing. It's not a good thing. The web was never meant to be compiled. What on earth? Like, again, can anybody give me an argument for what's changed in terms of how browsers receive information and send information and display information that absolutely necessitates that you compile your front end as if it's some kind of back end executable? How can you even fix this in JS? You could. Technically, Muad, you could. You could do it. You're okay with compiled code? I'm okay with compiled code, but I'm not okay with compiled web. There's some wee-woo going on in Boom Yev website. Yeah, ILS. Yeah. TypeScript was the false promise of making projects scale better across teams and let them produce less legacy code. At least how I remember it. And Marco, the way, just to add to what you're saying, TypeScript also promised that it would reduce bugs by adding type safety. And I just, all it did is exactly what you're saying, as well as add complexity, add an unnecessary build process, and it didn't actually solve type safety. If you use the word anywhere in your TypeScript code base, you are not using types. I think the browser as an OS delivery platform, in which case, how's a bundle of WASM any different to EXE or MSI? Because WASM, at least so far, has not tried to merge itself. Some people will merge it, but WASM by its nature has not tried to merge itself and become a replacement for the standard practices of browser OSs. And if you use WASM in its intended purpose, then the argument still holds that WASM wasn't created as an intent to compile some front end UI UX experience. It's meant as a way to process CPU intensive things faster. I don't think, Arvis, I don't think the speed of your language matters when it can suffer from hallucinated interpretation. I do agree, Arvis. I would love to shit more on the web. I gotta go. Have a good stream. Thanks, Muad. I appreciate it. Jess can get as fast as WASM, which is very close to near native speeds. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it can actually do that. I'm not sure I believe it can actually do that. I'd have to see it. Any just mark specific code is not typed yet, and you still benefit from incremental additions to type safety to your code base, and which I've seen work plenty on multiple jobs. So LG, okay, fine. So you can use, good night ALS, yeah. You can use any and then benefit from type safety. Maybe like to scale the onion back one layer, you don't need it. It is not a requirement to producing good code. It's a guardrail for people who do not produce good code, for people who do not have the discipline to think about what they're coding as they're coding it. And so they provide a guardrail of complexity to keep them from being dumb. Well, not from being dumb. That's not very that's not generous take. From not trying hard enough to not produce these errors in the first place. It's an easy button. We could just get a native TypeScript runtime. We could get rid of compilers, just ship TS on the browsers, and we'd have it run natively, right, Sergeant? Yeah. Does the speed of your language matter when it's single-threaded in a multi-core world? Maybe not that much. V8 is pure magic. JIT can make it super fast. I just haven't seen it implemented like that in mass, right? Whereas I have seen it implemented that way by nature in WASM. So I don't know. Does it actually lend itself to being that way? I think the proof is that it hasn't. It's not an easy button. It's a way to document interface. I'm not sure how making it harder to define document intent without types makes your code less lazy. Because you're actually, so LG, I guess my argument would be that you still can document everything you have. You could use JSDoc, for example, which requires 0 build. You still get the same documentation. And it's less lazy because you actually have to read the code and understand the functional inputs and outputs of what you're doing, instead of relying on an external TypeScript system to do that thinking for you at the cost of complexity. But instead of reading a type, you're reading docs. It can't. Sure, LG. You know what? That's fair. You can. Yeah, you can get. Yeah, sure. You can read things and still get them wrong. Absolutely. But at the very least, you haven't done so at the cost of additional complexity, an additional build process that is not actually required, and that is still a solvable problem. So you can get things wrong with types and you can get things wrong without types. So why add additional complexity and additional build process on top of others when the real problem here is encouraging developers to do better? And sure, yes, LG, you can't. It does get rid of nice things, but are they necessary? There's the developer experience is not necessarily made better because developers have a nicer experience with nicer things. How does that make your code more performant or better? Because you have niceties added to a complex web system. Oh. Okay. Because oh man, because TypeScript types better represent the intent of my code than just doc strings. It's not an either or. It doesn't. Hang on. That doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that because it's a better representation of intent, it is the only way to understand intent and write good code. You can get that intent from JSDoc and care into what you're reading and writing. You can get that same intent. And Marco on X says the best way to represent intent is code, not types. Right, Marco? That's kind of what I'm saying, is that you do not need to have guardrails to get better representation of your code as some kind of like a necessity to writing better code. No, I would argue the necessity to writing better code is what can you do without the guardrails. So yes, I would still argue that it is an easy button. You're making it easier for someone to read your intent. Sure, but that doesn't negate the argument. You still have to put in the work. And when you remove people's ability to put in that work, they don't actually learn. And there's nothing wrong with putting in the work, by the way. It makes you better. Why are we so afraid of work? Looks like you haven't felt how good it is to do Rust. Yeah. Lost the thread of discussion. I'm sorry, Arvis. I'm all over the place. There's other things that come into play for that too, like minimizing hidden control flow. Get set comes to mind. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is, yeah. There we go. It's a little better. Okay, so I've got to tackle this problem on prod here. Hey, Vincent, no Yoshi hat? Oh, yeah. Sure. I haven't even been paying attention to your redeems. Sorry, folks. There. Nope. It's true, Shreyas. It's true. Deal with it. Marco on X says minimizing hidden control flow only means that your code becomes more authoritative in representing intent. If you compose type somewhere, 300 lines above, then use those in some function, you're destroying intent. Sure, you can autocomplete hint, but it's not worth the sacrifice. I think I agree with you, Marco. Yeah, I think I agree with you. These are terrible things they're, I don't know, I just think they're terrible solutions to problems that we have better ways to solve. And that would be, you know, if you care about the money, they'd be more profitable. Hey, Proton. And I think influencers who go, hey, you should prioritize just getting stuff done and grabbing that money, versus actually doing good work and, you know, taking your time to do things right, they're sending the wrong message. They're just encouraging poor work. Hey Mohai, how are you doing? Good to see you, Proton. Good to see you, Mohai. I hope you both are doing well. Okay, so I think I need to add like not. I need to add something additional to this. Source content ID. What would it be? I have to grab content out of the database by a relational ID. Marco on X says, well, you need problems to solve to make money by solving problems. So I guess TS is a money machine. Yep. Yeah, isn't that like one of the easiest way to make money? Create a problem and then offer the solution to it. Trademark React. You're working for a client? I am working for a client, yeah. Yeah, Proton, same here, man, but I'm glad to see you here. Good to see you, Proton. We can co-work together. Bring in that money. We can write crappy code and bring in that money, you know what I'm saying? Because who cares? Resource, course content ID, I guess. Type is equal to course content. React solved a real problem, but it doesn't anymore. Yeah, emote only chat is a redeem. Okay, so most charitable take is that React temporarily solved a real problem. And then again, this is one of those things where people became so anchored to it that they couldn't let go when it was clearly obvious that that it should have been let go. And now it's become a disgusting, putrid beast. Finished my shift a couple minutes ago, ready for the co-work. Nice, Proton. Yeah, Arvis, what will 50% of you do? Web before React times was shit. We have much better alternatives now. I don't know about that, Shreyas. I think we had some pretty good stuff. JK, hey. It wasn't as good as it is today, but I would argue that there are so I would argue that we've replaced one for another. Yeah, that's what I would say. Sure. So we replaced something that looked awful for something that runs awful. So when you load up a page and you see all those stupid, silly loading blocks and whatever because you need to ingest a bunch of JSON and convert it into HTML and make it do things the way that they weren't intended to do, sure, you can make an argument for, yeah, but back in the day, things looked awful and the user experience was awful. Yeah, but those would have been easily solved. Like React didn't need to be around for that long, quite honestly. There was probably 1 or 2 years where we needed something like that, maybe, and need is probably a strong word. It's a charitable word. But we clearly would have gotten out of that, as is proven today. I think Marco on X says, I think that we'd be in a better place with React and without TS than without React and with TS. Also React without TS would probably be a better React. Marco, I respectfully disagree. I think they are both shit. But that's my respectful disagreement. I think they both have contributed to terrible front end crap. Source ID. Let's do this. We want to go here, and we want to go source form ID, and then we want to go resource course content ID, class input be resource course content ID, and then we'd have to do pull course content item and then check its type ID, and then pull content, something along these lines. Could you show HTMX? Haven't checked it out yet. MD, yeah, give me a minute and I'll show you MD. React with components was a super nice solution. Virtual DOM client-side state management saved us from jQuery spaghetti monsters as apps got more interactive, but it was the wrong decision. Yes, and I would argue that if we spent more time working on a library like jQuery, we could have actually made jQuery better instead of just giving up and saying, well, it's a piece of shit, so let's just write a bigger piece of shit and stamp it with a Facebook seal of approval and make everyone use it, and then make it so that once you use it, you can't get out of it, and you have to like basically create Stockholm syndrome your way to a sunk cost fallacy and continue using shit under the guise that it's not shit. It's just delusional. I'm not arguing one is good, one is bad. I'm arguing that one is bad, the other is worse. Marco on X. Okay, I now respectfully agree with you, Marco. React without all its VDOM shit is a lot better. How? How is it a lot better? HTMX could have saved us, yeah. Damn it, Carson! Why didn't you do HTMX faster? How's it better, Shreyas? How's React without the VDOM stuff better? I'm curious. We can all agree Facebook ruined everything. Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Facebook ruined everything. We didn't have these problems with MySpace. jQuery PJAX, yeah, I've seen that. The PPJAX, working on a large interactive application was very hard to maintain back then. Hard, yes, React's component model solved that. Right, so Shreyas, here, how about this as an argument? It was difficult, but not impossible, okay? And also, it only took, I would say maybe 1 to 2 years for that problem to get solved. And then React no longer needed to exist. So if we applied the right kind of pressure in the right places instead of reaching towards a like React kind of framework, making that kind of decision, then we could have had a better outcome than having React in the first place. Maybe your app should have been smaller. Okay, so if we do that, what is my here? Oh, come on. Okay, so if I do this, let me just. Something I recommend is Mithril, says Marco on X. Sure, Marco. Why do you recommend that? What is it about it that you recommend? Procedural code to describe UI behaviors is bad in shit back then and now. That's why React Svelte HTMX exists. I'm curious, Shreyas, what could you just expand? Could you maybe give an example, Shreyas, if you wouldn't mind? Just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, because I feel like I'm not understanding you correctly before I go off on some, you know, another rant against Shreyas. I mean, okay, so it'd be content ID from course ID. That's what it would be. So you do ID where that's the ID. Then you'd go grab, okay, from course content ID. Okay, that's what I need to do. I just need to write this out. From course content ID, then get content ID, then get contents. Okay, I think I got this. Marco on X says it's basically just render functions, not VDOM. Okay. For example, a UI like Facebook would be a disaster with just manual DOM manipulation. Or any moderately complex UI. Why do you need DOM manipulation at that level? Large apps with a lot of jQuery became painful regressions, weird edge cases. I remember those days, Ryan. Yeah. Marco says no. That's why I said Mithril. It's just DOM manipulation. Got it. Okay, Marco. Maybe I didn't ask that question well, Shreyas. Why did Facebook need that? Why does Facebook need to have a whole bunch of DOM manipulations for their UI? Like, what necessitated that? And I mean that word strictly. Like, what necessitated that? Because the UX demanded that. Are you satisfied with that answer? Are you satisfied with that answer as the reason why React was created and has caused, in my opinion, as many problems as it has with the industry? How do you do chat messages systems without DOM manipulation? Sergeant, can you think of no other way? Just take a second. Can you think of no other way to do it? And let's bring it to modernity today. Yeah, even today, without refreshing the page. I'm talking about procedural UI behaviors suck. I see Shreyas with, yeah, I'm not talking favor. Oh, I see Shreyas, I see. Okay, I mean, I can follow that. Ben nailed it as the answer to my question to you, Sergeant. Ben nailed it. You can use WebSockets. You still have to manipulate the DOM to add a message. Okay, that's fair, Sergeant. In principle, you have to manipulate the DOM. Do you have to manipulate the DOM to the same degree that you would have to do it with React if you were going to use SSE or WS? Because you can say manipulate the DOM to mean like one DOM element change or 100 DOM element changes. Right? So could it be that you would have to manipulate less DOM, which might mean that there's less complexity in doing so in the code base by doing so, where less DOM manipulation, where you might only need to manipulate one DOM element to get everything you need, would significantly reduce the complexity of your code to manipulate said DOM, versus something like React, where you have to manipulate all elements of whatever DOM section, whatever portion of DOM you're dealing with. Shreyas, I might not be getting your point. I'm trying to understand. And I think I understand it better now, and I can kind of see why I can kind of see where you're coming from. You know, I got to think about it a little more. Hydration was a mistake. It's a hack that persisted. Right. And I guess Ben Rook. By the way, thanks for jumping in there, Ben. I appreciate it, man. By the way, so Ben Rook and I are saying that we have better options today. And my argument is one step farther, which is to say that even though it was complex, at the time, it would not have remained complex for very long. We would have taken something that we already use, and we would have made it better, and we would have made it work like we have today, where we're taking things that have a reason to be in their domain and use them for their domain, not try and twist them into whatever they need to be, and then we don't need the complicated frameworks like React for it. It's still complicated. I don't know. I have HTMX running on an actual production website using HTMX is powering a chat messaging system, exactly what Sargent is talking about. And I only have to manipulate one DOM element, and it couldn't be easier. Almost couldn't be easier. I could think of one or two ways I could probably even make it easier. I don't think it's fair to say that it's still complicated today. I'm talking about moderately to highly interactive apps. What is a chat? What would you consider chat to be? Is chat moderate or highly interactive? Now we have frameworks like Quick that have solved that with a different approach. You have React-centric influencers like Theo that resist those changes, even though they are better. Theo has literally said resumability is bad because it adds data attributes to know what to bind JS to, while at the same time he promotes adding 100 classes per DOM element to solve CSS cascading with Tailwind. It's ludicrous. Yes, Theo has an agenda because he's backed by certain things and he sees it that way. That's his lens, right? Chat is not usually the only thing you have in an app. Okay, but Shreyas, again, you might be right, but again, is chat moderate or highly interactive? Depends on the chat. If your chat is on X, it's pretty stale, static. Right, Marco, yes. When you have multiple systems like that, so today, there is no way to take, say, 6 to 8 separate pieces of highly reactive components and make it so that you only have to deal with 6 to 8 DOM elements. Stuff like message is much harder with procedural code. Is it impossible? Or is it just harder? Than a simple text chat. I disagree. You can make a more complicated text chat today, and you can use something like, say, WebSockets with HTMX, and it can be extremely interactive and not anywhere near as complicated as using React to do the same thing. As an example. That, and I'm going to have to go it would be I see content, so you'd have to pull it from course content. So course content is app models made course content. ID is resource course content ID. Course content, it's going to be where this is, and then you're going to go down like this, and then you're going to go course content ID as per the thing. I'm missing chat. Hang on. No. Okay, we can do one thing. Marco's set on X is absolutely rapid. I've completely forgotten what it's about. I'm sorry, Marco. Sergeant says one thing I gotta say though. We're talking about not writing or using shitcode, and that HTMX makes things simpler. I agree the concept is simpler, but have you looked at the HTMX source? I contend that it is the epitome of shitcode. Okay, fair. Even if you could make a completely proper case for shit code for that, at the very least, I think what you could say is that it's headed in the right direction. You could update the code and you could make it better. But at the very least, it's not shoving a concept down your throat that complicates things. It's shoving a concept down your throat that simplifies things. Maybe it's doing so imperfectly. I could possibly agree with you on that. But yeah, you'd have to qualify highly interactive, but I can say any website I've ever used was highly interactive. Let's try to recreate the linear dashboard with our favorite text, see which one is better. Drawdado was pretty interactive, yeah. This thing is a monster. Marco on X. Yeah, that thing uses C. And then a C for the back end and then a WebSocket for the front end for chat. It's yeah. Yeah, hey Quad, how are you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. What do you say about my idea? Oh, so like you actually want to do like a linear dashboard with our favorite tech and see which one is better. I don't how would we provide objective metrics on which one is better? What would be the metrics on which one is better? Ben says in additional to React being a big hammer when it comes to DOM manipulation, I'm also not the biggest fan of having a virtual DOM. Me neither, Ben. I don't think it's yeah. Marco, it's loading above the fold so fast that my browser is slower than scrolling the rendering the stuff. I can't scroll fast enough. Can you imagine that? Yeah, Marco, exactly. Exactly. We currently have, and I would argue we have always had, better ways to write really performant, fast front end with even with languages that just seem insane, like yeah, C and some like WebSockets or like WebAssembly today. And it's way better than, say, React, for example. Purely on the perf and UX, it would be performance and user experience. I don't think that you could say user experience would be a good way to judge the technology used. You could. We'd probably have to put some guidelines on what would constitute good user experience and how that affects the choice of technology used, right? Because what the idea would be that you would want to compare technologies, right? So if you're going to say this technology allowed me to do better UX, you'd probably have to like kind of identify some key things that we could generally agree make for good UX. So then that way you could, and it would have to be in a way that you could point to the technology and say that technology allowed me to do good UX, right? UX is a pointless measurement. The technology does not. Okay, sorry, I said what I've been saying. Now we should Marco with page up. Yeah, can make some concrete stuff to measure if you're okay with the idea. Yeah, sure, I'm okay with it. I have to admit that I am terrible at UX. I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm terrible at like creativity, choosing good color schemes. I don't have an eye for what is good UX, so I would probably need, if I was to take on the challenge, I would need some help on like what would be good UX for it. I can't just copy the linear UI and UX. Okay. So if we can define some good boundaries on what that would look like, I will bare minimum entertain that. I'm probably down to do it. Yeah. I would just say we'd have to make sure we had a good way to determine, I guess, the score, if you will. Arvis says, I'm not saying don't do it, but honestly, yeah, UX really comes down to the experience of the designer. It's like trying to measure the aesthetic quality of two wood tables you're going to build. Arvis, I think Shreyas is suggesting that we use an existing UI UX project, and right, yeah. So Shreyas is saying it. We'll just copy what's already there and we'll see it. But Shreyas, I would still argue that copying existing UX does not necessarily, and probably by majority, does not give you a good indication of whether the technology was a good choice for that UX. I think there are definitely cases where it does, but we'd have to figure that out. Like, what would that be? Like, quite specifically, I would say. Let's see which one is better and more maintainable. Like the fact that you can make a prettier table doesn't really prove much other than you can make a pretty table. Yeah, so I get that, Arvis, but it's also my contention that you can make bad UX because a bad language or a bad framework kind of forces you into that. right? The problem, Shreyas, is that it's I don't really like the underpinning of my argument is um the populace or the consensus agreement argument. I don't care how many people agree with me or agree with you. The idea of maintainability in particular and whether a language is good does not come from consensus. These are things that can be objectified. And what tends to happen is that people go by consensus based on their preference. And preference has nothing to do with whether something is performant or a good tool. Your preference on whether there is a nice typing system does not objectively dictate whether the tool is good. So I don't really like that approach. I won't stop you from doing it, if we do the challenge and you want to, show people off, but I won't take it very seriously. I disagree, going back to my points earlier. It's the worker, not the tools, but tools can make a bad worker. Yes. And I think, Arvis, what's happened is that my argument is that the tech industry has leaned too much into the bad tools and as a way to allow bad workers to remain in a comfort zone of bad work. Oh, you're not producing a good quality code. Oh, we'll just throw whatever process makes it easier for you, so that you can feel better about yourself. And we'll create a tool or a framework or a language or whatever that makes it easier for you, so you don't feel so bad. Because it's your feelings, because you feel like you're doing bad work. So now you don't have to feel that way. It's too far to that side. My goal is to show that a framework exists for a reason. React exists because it was a shit show to make anything complicated. Okay, but I don't even think I'm arguing the entirety of React being that way. It's Shreyas, can you see kind of like the distinction I'm trying to make, which is React popped up to solve a problem at the time. Fine. It solved that problem. Bare minimum, it did not need to continue to where it is now. We have better solutions. And if we had not created React to begin with, we would have come up with a better solution faster as we have it today. The problem still exists. I don't know that the problem still exists, man. I don't think it does. I don't think that we have such complicated UI UX today that we still have a need for React today. I don't think that's true. Okay. Hang on, folks. I gotta. Putting everything on the server is not as magical as it seems. I don't know, it seems pretty magical to me. Sometimes you need client-side interactivity to the degree upon which we have always needed it. Like Mulroy, that rebuttal is too hand wavy. If we just didn't make X, non-existent Y would have been made and it would have been better. I'll judge, yeah. Hang on. So It's a hand wavy argument, eh? Okay. I'm trying to pull you from the extreme to the middle. No, Shreyas. I'm trying to come up with a better way to argue that rather than hand wave away a non-existent why. Um, sure, Mulroy. Sure, sure. Let me. How about we take that portion of the argument out? Let's say that React was absolutely 100% appropriate for the time for solving the problem that we're talking about right now, and it was completely appropriate for the time. Is it still currently appropriate in its current form? In the current tech landscape with the current things that we have going on, the current alternative frameworks, whatever, take your pick of any of them, does React need to be what it is today? Uh-huh. Yeah, I know, Shreyas. I know all of these things came up independently. Yeah, it goes to your point that there was a need for a solution to fix that problem. Yeah, there was a problem. I'm not denying there was a problem. So I'm scaling back. Let's start backwards a little bit. Does React need to be what it is today? We don't have a better solution today. None. You can think of no better solution than React or any one of these other frameworks. Svelte is a framework. Quick is a framework. Solid is a framework. And if your argument is that they're all trying to solve the same problem, which I don't disagree, then I'm asking, are there any other solutions to that problem? You don't know any other good solutions. Are there any other solutions, period? Not as far as you know. So there are no other solutions to highly interactive apps. There are kind of half-baked ones. Mm-hmm. For example, HTMX only solves one part of the problem, okay? Which part of the problem does it solve? The problem of fetching data and displaying it. That's an unsolved. Oh, sorry. That's the problem it solves. That's what you're saying. Hey, Johnny, good to see you, and nothing more. What is a chat application? Yeah, Marco on X, I agree. Yeah, we have the tools we need today in ES6. What is a chat application? A lot more than fetching the data. Really, Shreyas? Tell me what it is beyond a lot more than fetching the data and displaying it. Tell me what additional requirement is there to a chat application that is more than just fetching data and displaying it. Yeah, Johnny. And don't tell me it's the way you display it. It's your words. You provided 2 words. The accessibility, nice and smooth animations, tooltips. Is that not all rendering? You said fetching data and rendering it. Accessibility, animations, and tooltips are. So now you've changed the goalpost, Shreyas, because now you've added behavior. So now we need to go backwards and add behavior to the list of requirements that was not met by, say, HTMX. Tell me how HTMX does not handle behavior. I was talking about interaction and behavior this whole time as part of rendering. You never brought it up, though. Like in terms of that particular statement you made, you said the problem of fetching data and displaying it. That's the problem. You didn't say anything about interaction and behavior. Now you're splitting that out of rendering. So you've shifted the goalpost. That's what HTMX solves. Yes. So what is a chat app if it is not fetching data and rendering it? And now you're saying, well, now we have interaction and behavior. Yeah. Right. So there is no interaction or behavior in a statically served app. None. You don't get to interact or behave, have that application behave upon your interactions in any way, shape, or form. Vincent, fetching can get very complicated, though, if you need a lot of data to be stored in a distributed system. I don't think you can call fetching data simple for a chat application. Sorry, Marco. I'm trying to keep up with chat. There's a lot going on, Marco, on X. Come on over on Twitch and post your link. Almost none other than fetching more data. So why can you not do a chat app in HTMX? Why can you not do a highly interactive chat app in HTMX? What prevents you from doing that? What necessitates the need for a ridiculous library like React? You can, but it won't be as good. Says who? Upon which metric can you make such a bold statement? Great UX, offline viewing accessibility. Why can't you? And the AH, let me introduce. There you go. The chat app without tools, without framework, just raw.js, a WebSocket server, and Caddy for serving static files. Exactly, AH. Okay, Trace. I'm not getting your point. Help me out, man. Help me out. I'm gonna write a chat up in jQuery just to spite all of you. Go for it, Arvis. Then I'm gonna burn it because this is for losers. You're just talking about the feasibility of the features in isolation. I'm talking more like in a real large project with nice UX. I do not see the distinction. A large project with nice UX is the combination of a bunch of features that you could isolate. Neither one of us are arguing our points very well. Probably, Mulroy. Probably. I want to think I am, but I'm probably not. I kind of failed to see the relationship between the need for a client-side framework and a nice UX. I'm not entirely sure either. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at with Shreyas, is that determination of when the two are inextricably linked. Pretty sure we had nice UX before client-side frameworks. I agree. That's what I'm trying to like edge out of Shreyas. Why are the two inextricably linked? Why must you have a particular type of framework in order to build good UX? What necessitates that? I'm pretty sure. Okay, I mean, can we define what is good UX then? Because that seems like where we're headed to, is what is good UX? Hey, Dreams of Code Dev, sup? Good to see you, man. Okay, if I should be fine. Go down. Okay, I'm gonna go like that and down. Hang on, folks. I just gotta do something real quick. I will check on chat. I will absolutely demolish all your stupid arguments about why tech industry is okay right now. Just get that paycheck, bro. Okay, I'm being mean on purpose. Hang on. My favorite UX is when I go to a site and there's little to no JS. Could be plain HTML with no CSS for all I care. It loads fast and doesn't lag when I scroll. I'm burning time converting videos. Nice, Dreams of Code. The app chat I shared, full chat app, is like 4,000 lines of JS code, good UX with animations, performance scrolling, no stuttering, embedded files, images, full search of chat, administration features, caching, full PWA sync. Yeah. So why, what on earth makes AH's link, where it's literally using basically C and like WebSockets to create UX? What makes that not as good as UX written in React? What is lost? Because if you're going to say that HTMX can't get you there, well then going to one of the, going more extreme and just removing any type of framework at all should also not get you there, right? And now put that inside an app with basically more of those in the same app. Okay, Shreyas? And put 10 of those inside. Okay, so Shreyas, yes, it's not impossible, it's hard. Okay. It's hard to maintain. Right, okay. So I'll even do you one better, Shreyas. It's hard to even execute, let alone maintain, right? Could we agree with that? Doing something with like C and a WebSocket would probably be challenging to even create, not just maintain, right? Some interactions are not possible without JS. Hang on, Shreyas. Some interactions are not possible without JS. What interactions are possible with any of the frameworks you've listed? Can you provide me an example of an interaction which is only possible through the use of one of the JS frameworks you've listed. Hey Vox Ferox, what does the arrow do? It's basically a chain command. It's a chain of commands, right? So you execute an action, then you chain to the next action, then you chain to the next action. Google hasn't changed the core of their UX design in like 30 years. They didn't have React when they started, and you're not going to argue that nobody uses it, right? Oh, sorry, ads. Damn. I'll repeat it for Vox after ads. Sorry, Vox. I heard it. No. Okay, cool, Vox. So it's an animation. So Mulroy, is this your answer to what can you what is something that you can't do with just JavaScript that you can do with a framework, Mulroy? Is that what you're Is that why you put that link there? Thank you for the follow, Vox. I appreciate it, man. I'm just wondering what like I just want to have clarity. Some interactions are not possible without JS. What interactions are not possible without JS? Nice Gmail experience, dialogues, modals, animations, 3D effects, tooltips. Okay. Okay. Any offline interaction. Okay. Context menus. Okay. Now, what necessitates the need for a framework? Sure. Yeah. All of those things. What necessitates the need for a framework such as React to create those interactions? Hey, chugging coffee. Good to see you. Having all these with manual DOM updates in a large project is not maintainable at all. Why is it not maintainable, Shreyas? What makes it not maintainable? You don't even have to be very precise about it. Just like off the top of your head, what makes that code not maintainable? If you try, you'll just end up with a shitty code base. Why? Why would you end up with a shitty code base? I do course to inject there. Okay, so I'm grabbing the course from this table. I'm getting the content ID, and then I go reach out to contents, and I go grab the content. Yes. So let me go check this on prod. Um, 232, and then okay. You don't notice because you just expect them. Think hard, write an article about this. Uh, so that, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to, is the argument that React made it better to deal with this complexity, made it easier, is not actually an objective way to determine whether the code is better. What you're talking about there is a subjective developer experience. It was much easier to maintain code because React came along and gave you, yes, there are absolutely objective truths, otherwise you wouldn't get up in the morning, Shreyas. There are absolutely ways to say, if you can make certain things about development experience easier, then it can lead to better quality output. That's not. No, React is objectively worse. It is objectively worse, especially today. Thank you, placeholder 53. Yeah, you can't. There is nothing, but there you have made zero argument. Nobody has made any argument so far for why React is objectively better. The only arguments you all have is, well, developers liked it better because code is more maintainable. My argument is developers didn't need it. We just needed better developers. And instead of making it easy for developers to be lazy fucks, we should have made it harder so that we had better developers. What if I say you can make better apps if you use both React and HTMX in the same project? Sure. React and HTMX could be RC. So you're saying React should be illegal? I'm saying React should not have existed in the first place. And simply because things were difficult. Oh, boo fucking who? As a result of things were difficult, make our lives easier by creating this framework. What it has resulted is to React holding back web development and regressing it. And people still cling to it like it's solved cancer. Like, no, this shit made things worse. And I don't fucking care whether you hated maintaining shit back in the day. People did it all the time. Grow up. Work is hard sometimes. Deal with it. Don't make things worse. Holy shit. How is React bad now? It is unnecessary. We have built-in tools as part of browser specifications that make certain aspects of React unnecessary. For example, you no longer need to have a second virtual DOM to do a lot of things that React does through virtual DOM. You don't necessarily need React to give you state management with something like JSX. We already have state management. We've had it since the dawn of internet. It's called HTML. Your HTML is your state, and so are your URLs. No, okay. Any time that I've been involved in a React project, anytime, 100% of the time, 10% of the actual React library is used, and the other 90% is just bloated shit that just eats up your bandwidth as you download it so you can make a stupid little thing, a stupid rectangle, move from point A to point B. We have things now that do not require React, and nobody uses React in full capacity anyways, regardless of how complicated your front-end UI is. That's just one case. What do you mean? I mean, as in use React with all the features that it itself, via its documentation, tells you it can do. Because how can I generalize that? Because I have never seen any app that does anything other than that. Uh, well, yeah. Well, anytime that somebody is like, anytime that I've seen React use, there's been some kind of necessity to use like a state management library like JSX on top of it, like by necessity. React tells you not to use some of its features. React prescribes nothing. Then why does it exist? How many React apps have you worked on professionally and across how many companies? Somewhere between 4 to 6, if I were to count professionally. Probably more like probably 4 to 5 that I have personally worked on, not including ones that I've seen others use on their websites and have looked at the code for them. I haven't participated in them, but I've looked at the code for those things. JSON over the wire versus HTML over the wire was much more coveted when mobile apps were in vogue. True, yeah. JSX isn't for state management. No, it's like for whatever, like for the hang on. It helps translate stuff with React in your DOM, right? It's like the HTML thing. Maybe JSX isn't exactly what I'm thinking of. Hang on, guys. I gotta. It only gives you components lifecycle methods. Templating. Yeah, thank you. Templating. I might be thinking of something else that is state management that I've seen used every time React is used. Like some kind of library that does state management for you on top of React. Redux, maybe. Yeah, thank you, Lack. I think that's what I'm thinking of is Redux. I'm just saying both have their place. Do we need to have React running on a server? Do we need to have a React component running on a server? Is that what React has become? Yes, but is that what React has become? Is that what React influencers are pushing for? React on the server, that it's a good thing. The new craze, the new fad is React on your server. I don't care what people say. My decision's based on the problem at hand. I don't care what people say either. The problem is these kinds of frameworks come with a particular type of mindset that makes it such that most people say particular kinds of things, and then they point to it and say, see, you should do this. Components is the React's mindset, and it's good. Yes, do we not have components today? You need React to create components? Let me go over to here, go over to here. I'm going to go over to stage. How do you feel about other front-end frameworks, same issues? For the most part, Knight, yes. I've used Vue. I won't say how, but I know a lot of the intricacies of Solid. I've seen Svelte. I've never used it professionally. And I think they all target the same kinds of problems, but they all create the same kinds of problems. My entire argument is that if you grew a pair of balls and you held your standards highly for development for yourself and for your colleagues, you don't actually need the frameworks. You can use JS as is and do a good job. And instead of having people who come in through the framework model of these heavy, obfuscated frameworks that hide what goes on underneath the hood, and then do not know how to use JavaScript at its core, and then they get stuck once the framework is no longer doing what they expect it to do, you would have people who understood what's going on and could actually engage with the core of the language or the system or whatever it is they're engaging with. I mean, the really brass tacks of what you're angry about, Spiro, is corporate consolidation. That's why I argue against the fascination with FANG. They're treated as the paragons, yet I argue they don't actually solve real problems in the world. Right. And Arvis, that comes with having developers who push and promote the FANG big tech junk that gets produced, and so then the smaller companies think this must be the right way to do it, and it's not. React is not heavy. React is not heavy. Okay, I'm done. I'm not taking you seriously anymore. I used to code with PHP and light jQuery on the front end. I made better apps in those days. Generally, I agree, Nate. I mean, yes, there was stuff that looked really terrible back then, but I do agree with that. Yeah, which should take 0.5 seconds to download for what and for whom? But great, we have more hardware and more bandwidth. Like, again, this doesn't actually negate the argument. All you're saying is, well, we have the, now people have more bandwidth now, so it's okay to make things bigger. For what reason? What reason? I don't disagree with you, but I can be 10 times more productive with Svelte and React despite being an expert in JS, and productivity sells. This comes down to economics and driving revenue. Right. I agree, Mulroy, and I would agree that you could produce more things more quickly, and you would feel, like as you go through it, you would feel better about it as a developer. But I also argue that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to produce good code. And Mulroy and Shreyas, I don't hold you in the same standard as I hold the general tech industry. I would trust you, Mulroy, and I would trust you, Shreyas, to take these tools that are generally used in bad ways and use them as correctly as possible, because I know how you guys work. But most people don't work the way you do. Most people don't see it the way you do. Most people look at something like React and look at it as an easy button to both work and profit. No, it's not just the user's problem, it's also yours. Because you participate in it and defend it. I think it's easier to have a 9-to-5 dev who doesn't care, ship a decent work with React or Svelte than your argument. Yes, it is easier. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's better. Yeah, X Phoenix. I definitely don't look at React as an easy thing. I do AI, and it frustrates me. It's better for our businesses. Mulroy, you can't tell me. No, yeah, I get what it comes down to. That is a bullshit argument. You can't tell me that it's better for businesses to allow more people to be more productive using shit. That is the shittiest that is the stupidest fucking argument I've ever fucking heard. Are you serious right now? It's better for businesses to produce good quality stuff, to hold their employees to higher standards, and to expect more from the employers, especially if you're fucking paying them to be experts in something. Holy shit. Oh, great argument, Shreyas. You say I'm wrong, so I guess I'm wrong, right? But also I can understand your position. Without capitalism, spirits. Stop taking everything to the extremes. No. No, I won't stop. I care too much. I care too much, and we're already in a bad place in the tech industry that I cannot stand by and say everything is okay and these things are okay and there's nothing wrong with them. And having solid people who I would trust to do good job is not the majority of people. And the reason why it's not the majority of people is because these frameworks have made it so. They have made it easy to not have a majority of people who care about what they're doing as much as, say, someone like myself would care or Mulroy would care. Okay, hang on. I gotta find... I did. Okay, hang on. Let me send a message. Hang on. Hey, can you do something? Go to Svelte 5 preview website. Okay, give me a second. I agree on that point. I question the economics of diversifying software engineering to allow lazy devs to be productive. I feel like it's probably a stats thing, and the thing about stats is they lack context outside of the um, data used. I count it more under ignorance than laziness. Well, and these frameworks encourage ignorance. That's what I'm saying, and laziness. The two go hand in hand because there are a lot of lazy people, including in the development space, including in I know lots of lazy executives who are just the bottom line is the dollar. That's the bottom line. What's the quickest way to get to the dollar? We'll use a crappy framework, or we'll use something that we don't really know what we're doing, and any problems that come with it, it's not my problem, it's the development team's problem. We'll just kick that can down the road as long as I get my bonus at the end of the year. But it actually hurts you. There are 1,000 monkeys that are a problem. Too smart people. Do you think 1,000 monkeys really modify the profit margins for the better over a long enough period of time? Exactly. Everyone is very short-sighted when they make this case. It's just the dollars, yo. It's just for the business, yo. No, what's good for the business is producing good stuff, taking your time to do it right, and having a good track record of quality software. And you don't get to have shortcuts to that. You don't get to make your developers feel good. I felt better. You know, I felt like I was more productive. I just felt this way. Most people are going to take advantage of that. Treat people like adults and hold them to higher standards. That's going to return in better dollars for you and everyone else around you. What am I looking for on that link, Shreyas? What should I be checking for? Like a pretty common case. Okay. Hang on one sec. Let me read a chat piece. Yeah. Okay. I hope it didn't show us read the JS output. I mean, I understand that not everyone can be giga genius, but if you're solving an engineering problem with employee churn, that seems fucked. I agree. Okay, hang on. You want me to open that up? Would you rather go to the hospital that has doctors working there for the last 30 years or the hospital that has new staff every month? Exactly. Let me show the screen properly here. Okay, so there's the Svelte preview there. Okay, what am I looking at? Go to JS output. Okay. There's the JS output. Cool. You think that you would write it different? Do you think that you would write different JS than that, than this myself. Yes, I would for this app. Yeah. How so? Let me show you. Um, I had. Oh crap! I'm not going to be able to. Oh, maybe this. Maybe this. Maybe I found it. It'd be the same thing with wellness function call. You make that function if you had any more complex app than this way. Okay, let me make sure that this is the right thing that I am looking at. Okay, yeah, this is the right one. Yeah. Now, tell me why I need Svelte to do this. I did this in a few lines with plain old JavaScript and plain old HTML. Why? Why do I need Svelte? What makes that a good argument against doing things this way? This isn't what Svelte is for, though. For the exact same output, you get TypeScript, components, a nice abstraction to work with DOM, faster when you have a giant app. Oh my god. Why do I need those things? This right here, this does not prove that I need those things. What I've proven is that I can do the exact same thing without the overhead of a framework upon which I may or may not use the full framework that adds overhead, build complexity, etc. Why do I need that framework? It's to generally make complex UI simpler. How does the UI become simpler? How does the UI become simpler with a framework? How does the UI become simpler with a framework? Is not the UI the same regardless of framework used? Dear Lord, everyone cares more about whatever. It doesn't matter. The user has to pay for everything, Sag. So when you have to create elements inside of other elements and nest it all and potentially create dozens or hundreds of them and shuffle them around, etc., etc. So one, that's not UI, right? That's not okay, let's be clear. That's not UX, right? That's not UX. If you want to say UI is the technical implementation of said elements, okay, fair. It makes it simpler. Why do you need to have all of those things? Sure, yeah, I get what you meant. Yeah. Why do you need to have all of those things in order to make the UX be what it is? What necessitates that, especially these days? What's changed in our rendering mechanism since the dawn of time with the creation of the internet that we need to be shuffling around these things at a deeply nested level with uniquely generated IDs per element, and a build process and all that? Like, what's the requirement to do that? An example that popped into my head: a table that can be changed in size, i.e., add, remove row columns via buttons. Never mind what goes into the cells. Why can I not do that with server-side rendering? Um, SSR might not be ideal. I guess I could go the whole hog and say spreadsheet in the browser. Why is it not ideal? Why do I want your penny when I can get Jeff Bezos 50K? Yeah. Particularly today. Why couldn't you do a spreadsheet in the browser today with current technology? Why couldn't you do it with server-side rendering with something like HTMX? Maybe not specifically HTMX, but like HTMX. Or specifically if you want to. Bye, Shrey. See you in 5 minutes. Close this. Close this. This. Make sure. HTMX is not everything, or even React. Both have their place. Yes, both have their place in principle. I am making an argument for execution. In practice, no, I don't think React is a necessity today. RC is a different, sure, RC is a different story. I can go with that. RC is a different, RC is like the peak, whatever terrible thing you want to, peak terribleness. React, the client-side story, yeah. I guess it comes down to dynamically adding or removing elements. Why couldn't I do that with, let's assume SSR is not an option? Well, then you you would, how could SSR, how would you get away with that without SSR? You'd have to have something needs to load the site, right? You'd have to have some server rendering something. Doing that can be done with raw.js if you know what you're doing, but it's still messy. It oh my god. Messy for whom? Who is it messy for? Is it messy for the user? Really? Because the user sees the messy code that you've written that gave you angst. You can write and organize your code to make it less messy. Make your own framework to solve the problem. You could. It's messy for the devs. I can agree there. Is it messy for anyone else? Is it really messy for the users? Is the fact that you're writing raw.js to handle DOM elements back in and out messy for the users? Hang on. So Shreyas, I have like 4 internal JS frameworks. Arvis says you can argue that any collection of code that's more complex than a single set of functions is a framework, but we know they're not exactly the same concept. Right. But now you have a framework and an app to maintain. Hmm? Here's what I'm gonna do. Hang on. I'm gonna put chat on. No, at a certain point of simplicity, those two are the same things. That's what Arvis is saying. If your app is that simple, maybe even HTMX is a bad idea. Just use forms and fetch. I want PHP but client side. Well, there is a WASM tool for you that literally runs and executes PHP code. Hang on. Private Orange, first time chat. Lots of first time chatters today. I think there's a value in allowing less experienced developers to contribute in a structured way to allow them to grow. And a shared framework is one way to provide that structure. Hopefully, they gain deeper understanding over time as they encounter issues. Can you not achieve the same thing external of a framework? Actually, now that I think about JS's proper string interpolation, that's almost a templating engine, just barely. You blame Haskell, thanks, Spoken. There. People can see Twitch chat. Are you saying there's no functionality requirement that is less than HTMX? Right. Oh, I see. You guys are arguing about whether HTMX is a requirement. HTMX is 14K, bigger than even Solid or Svelte. Right. But that's fair. But HTMX does not enforce upon you or obfuscate for you the vast majority of what it's doing. In fact, it stays out of your way and encourages you to understand what you're doing. Can provide that structure without a framework, but it likely takes additional investment in docs and training compared to using pre-made content. Yeah, so if the pre-made content results in the tech industry imploding and massive layoffs and poorer quality of software, hardware, web, etc., what are you actually saving, and how does that negate any necessity to be to step up and actually provide that investment in docs and training? Like, where's the argument that these things are that one is better than the other? Yes, it does require more investment in docs and training, and I'm making the case that we should be doing that instead of relying on stupid frameworks to hopefully get us there, which time has proven they do not. If you can do it that way, you should do it that way, and the results are much better across the board. Sergeant, why are you using Laravel? Why don't you just build it all from scratch? For the same reason that I use HTMX, because I find that Laravel is is a good way to deal with PHP. HTMX is a good way to deal with the web. And is it, well, as good as it's going to get currently? Like as good as we have it currently. Can it be better? Yes, 100%. And I'm still not satisfied with them. But I would choose those over anything else currently. Those are subjective opinions. They're subjective with with the awareness that these things I'm using are not perfect, and I want better. I will not stand up and say that these things are panaceas themselves either. That's my whole point. But many of you will. Many of you will go, well, it's good enough. Like, no, it's not good enough. Even the things I use are not good enough. So we're not arguing the same thing. For the same reason we use GCC instead of just raw dog in assembly, that's false equivalency. Yeah, it is false equivalency. I agree. I agree. That is false equivalency. You need to flip your camera when you're staring at the edge of the screen. Thanks, Sergeant. Is it awkward? Does it make you feel not quite right, Sergeant? Should do it more. Compiler is a compiler. People still write C, which is only enough of an abstraction above assembly to be better understandable. It's not actually. C is very high level. More C is more high level than assembly. Is very much more high level than assembly. Is that what you meant, Shreyas? Every function maps to hundreds of lines of assembly. We didn't and shouldn't all drop C just because Rust now exists. That's a similar conversation to what Spiro is saying. Oh my goodness. This is insane. This is just crazy. Like, why are we okay with this? Actually, we should just all drop C because Rust exists. I knew Sergeant was going to weigh in on that. Arvis, you opened the door for Sergeant. He came in hot. I've seen your code, Sergeant. Rust has more things to make sure you're not being dumb. C doesn't. My code is absent of imperative statements. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, Rust has more things to make sure you're not being dumb. React has more things to make sure you're not being dumb. Svelte has more things to make sure you're not being dumb. Laravel has more things to make sure you're not being dumb. Right? Right? Rust obscures what you're doing from you to prevent you from being dumb. PHP has more things to ensure you aren't being dumb. React has... yeah. Exactly, Bogan. This is where I'm getting to. These solutions are not solutions. They're guardrails to prevent stupidity. And what I'm saying is we can do better than providing complexity to prevent stupidity. We can minimize stupidity by using things as they are meant to be used and asking more from our developers and asking more from companies and proving to them that by doing so, they can produce better quality stuff and make more money. Can you make an accessible modal with HTMX, a reusable one? I actually don't need HTMX to do it because web browser standards now have modals built in with like the dialogue and the popover. So you could do it without HTMX. It's not a requirement to use HTMX. Sergeant Pepper knows firsthand that Rust doesn't prevent you from doing stupid things. It just introduces additional abstractions to make complex interactions more controlled and by extension equally more complex. Dialog is not available in all browsers. But would you agree that it would be better if it was available in all browsers, and that would be preferred over having a framework requirement in order to accomplish the same things? Okay, so when I'm saying that frameworks get in the way, this is one of the reasons why, because it would be better for us if we could push the standards to be improved rather than writing over top more complexity, build processes, etc. Look, yeah, I know it's easy to laugh it off and be like, well, ha ha ha. Like, yeah, I understand it, and it is funny, but you have to admit that for example, browser specifications have been pushed forward due to reactions by developers who have clamored for it. Is that true or not true? Those standards wouldn't have existed without React or Angular. What are you talking? You browser APIs have been pushed forward largely by the people contributing to the frameworks you're talking about. Take a look at the composition of TC39 and other standards committees. So you're describing something, Mulroy. You're describing it. You're saying those. Okay, first of all, Shreyas, I disagree. Those standards would have existed without React or Angular, because if they were actually a necessity and we could not have React or Angular, we would have to have a way to move it forward. And one way might be to update browser specifications. We'd all be screaming about it. So it is not a necessity to have React or Angular to have moved these things forward. And Mulroy, what you're doing is describing how things happened. And I'm prescribing how things should happen. And that we should, that there's no reason for us, that it's been proven in the past that we can do things without having to go through the path that you're describing. We have dialogue because people had enough of doing the same thing in React like a bajillion times. Replace React with JavaScript and tell me how React is a necessity to having dialogue. Just take exactly your sentence there, Shreyas. It's on the screen. Take React and replace it with JavaScript and tell me why React is a necessity to have dialogue. That the only way we could have had dialogue is because of React. At the end of the day, the borrow checker and ownership is just more abstraction on address pointers. It's not really teaching you about the pitfalls as much as it's putting them behind a new concept to remove you from. Yes, it's an abstraction too far. And not an abstraction that is necessary. You can overcome that abstraction by just asking more of the developer using it. Because React had this thing called components that allow composition, so people had libraries to do it once, which finally made its way into the web standard so that everybody could use it. I don't understand how having to write the same thing with vanilla JavaScript would have ended up any differently. If you have to write a pop-up in JavaScript, which by the way we had to do long before React ever came into the world, how would that not have ended up the same way without React? How would people not have gotten so frustrated that the browser dialogue would have come out of that, because the exact same people complained about having to do it over and over again in vanilla JavaScript? And by the way, React is JavaScript, so I don't know how you're divorcing the two. Like in terms of this argument and saying that you know. Hey Rorts, how are you doing? Stop arguing with Spirit. He needs time in his day to ride his horse to the store. No need for this newfangled tool called cars. You're good. I'm doing well. Wow. Uh, you gotta read. I agree to an extent. I think it helps to surface pointer issues so you don't have the cognitive overhead of tracking every single memory address while you're trying to juggle business logic. In my opinion, that's a good thing. Okay. Don't think Rust should be held as a teaching aid for learning comp sci. It's removing you from those underlying concepts, not showing you them. Um, okay. I'm not saying it'd be worse if React didn't exist because we don't know, and I don't want to talk about past that could have happened. You, no, but Trace, we have something that does exist. It's called JavaScript. And what you have to tell me, what you have to prove to me, which you have insufficiently done so up until this point, is that without React, plain old JavaScript would not have led to the same outcome of having, say, the dialog in the browser spec as React. Rust has been a door for me to learn CS fundamentals way more deeply. Oh my god. Then why do you think React came into existence? If you could do it, you would. Are you kidding me? Why did Facebook come up with React if they could use JS? They have the brightest devs there. Do they? Do they? They have the brightest devs there. Under what measurements are you stating that they have the brightest devs there? What makes them the brightest? Not now, but they used to. How do you know that they were the brightest devs? Because that's where the money was? That's your argument? Your argument is because there was a bunch of money in it, therefore they had the brightest devs? I know a lot of people. Okay. Facebook is PHP. Yeah, from old Facebook. Yeah, so do I. Yeah. Super smart and talented. Okay. And so that's what you're basing it on? And I work with a lot of other dev teams and most are not that good. Okay, so so let me get this straight, Shreyas. If I had to just kind of like timeline your argument here, the people who created React are super smart, and then they created React. Then React came onto the scene, and now where are all the good React devs? Gee, I wonder what changed between then and now. Hmm. Repeat that without sarcasm. Okay, look. React could have been any number of things. But the existence of said things depends on JavaScript. It could have been anything. React didn't have to be React. It could have been Stoic framework instead of React framework. It doesn't matter. It would have all depended on JavaScript. Could have been Angular. Could have been Backbone. Any one of these could have done it. But JavaScript in and of itself cannot be divorced from the fact that these frameworks did exist. JavaScript is a necessity for these frameworks. So to tell me that that the frameworks are a requirement for pushing forward the browser specifications, for example, means that somehow JavaScript couldn't have done it if people were just using plain old JavaScript? Sure, but why do they exist? Because a problem existed in JavaScript. A problem existed in JavaScript land, and they tried to solve that problem. Yes? That's why they exist? Sometimes seasoned, experienced people make frameworks to paper over complexity for the unwashed masses. Exhibit A React, yeah. Okay, so then what happened? I'm not sure where you're going. A lot of things happened. Or what are you talking about specifically? The push to browser spec being upgraded because of its existence? No, that is... no, you can't tell me. You can't say that. But you can you not imagine a scenario? They became standards because people needed them. Would people have needed them without frameworks, with just vanilla JS? Yes or no? Absent frameworks, would people still have needed a push for browser spec standards when they're writing all that out by JavaScript? Vanilla JavaScript. Do you know about document query selector? Can you just answer the question, Shreyas? Can you just answer the question? If these frameworks didn't exist and people were still struggling, as you would put it, with no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You're getting to that point. Okay, do you know that about document query selector? I know it exists and I know what it does. What more would you like me to know about it? The earth being flat was a standard until it was, and then it tried to be again. Why do you think document query selector exists? I don't know why it exists. I guess it like a nicer way to, if I had to guess, and I am just guessing, a nicer way to query through DOM elements to retrieve them. No, I don't know. I actually don't know. Why does document query selector exist? I don't know the history behind that. What do you think we had before? Get element by ID and a traversal of the DOM path, I would imagine. That's from my memory, it would be a traversal of DOM paths, kind of similar to XPath way back in the day. And then like get element by ID or get elements by class name would be the next most previous version of that. So we can stop using jQuery, yeah. So what was the popular library at that time? I don't know the timing of that. What was the timing of? Was it jQuery? Was a legit jQuery? That would add up in my head, but I don't know that confidently. It was jQuery. Okay, and still okay, and so what? And so what made jQuery special? Uh huh. Why did people use it so much? Because it made using particular aspects of JavaScript easier, regardless of the whatever negative things you can say about jQuery. Um, it made certain things easier. It made certain things perhaps more understandable, etc., etc. In particular cases, there are a number of arguments you can make for that. Yeah, am I on the right track here? So it is clear that it was hard before. Yes, it was hard before. Correct. Because it solved problems without much overhead for things you didn't need it to. Good. Okay. Actually, here comes Bogan. Okay, now why do we not use jQuery anymore? Because people are drinking the cult Kool-Aid of new frameworks that they think are making their lives easier than jQuery. I think prototype had query by selector. I'm talking about DOM APIs. Um, Browser spec standards have moved forward. So you don't need to use certain whatever. Why did they form? Uh, is it because of jQuery? Is that why didn't they exist before jQuery? Why didn't they exist before jQuery? Because jQuery proved that it is nice to have those APIs. So you're telling me that absent a framework to prove that something is difficult, doing things the more difficult way has zero guarantee that it's going to move browser specs forward. So I just want to understand this correctly. People made some things easier for themselves and therefore decided to complain about it, as opposed to this is actually really hard without it, we should complain about it. That's your argument. Nobody complained about anything. Even if nobody complained about anything, one, why did nobody complain about anything until jQuery came to the scene? And two, Mom's saying we should be complaining about things, and that is a better way to deal with these problems than creating frameworks to solve them. Creating these kinds of frameworks to solve them. It was just nice to have those as standards. Yes, but I don't think you need to have, because people didn't know there can be a better way. You're not doing anybody any favors by making one thing better and creating 7 worse things. That's not doing anybody any favors. If people don't know that there is a better way, then they should be taught or shown there is a better way. And obfuscating the knowledge base that is required to enter into a language or a framework domain is not a good way to make people understand that there are better ways or that there need to be better ways. You don't need to be 160 IQ Chad. You just have to give a fuck. So I just wanted to be clear. Shreyas is basically calling everybody pre-jQuery a Stone Age caveman who didn't have the IQ capacity to understand that things were shit or complain about them. I just want that to be clear. Shreyas is calling you all idiots. You guys are so stupid, you needed an even more stupid framework to tell you how stupid you are. Yeah, except you're not. That's my point, Shreyas, is that you're not. God, you don't need a consensus to know when something is difficult to do. repeatedly. Holy crap. You don't need a consensus based framework to know that something is difficult to accomplish on a repeated basis over and over again. Consequences be damned. Hey, is this hard? I don't know. Let's build a fucking framework around it and see how fucking hard it is. Then we'll complain about it. Cause I can't tell how hard this is. And then when we all just agree that this is hard, then we can push stuff forward. Holy shit. Herpa derpa derpa derpa. We're all Stone Age cavemen. Placeholder 53, I forgot to say thank you for the follow. Harley Keener, thank you for the follow just now. Jarvis is just agreeing to being a caveman. Say, Travis, shut up, man. Dingus-oriented programming. I don't know. No more Oonga Boonga. Resume-driven development. I mean, people prefer propaganda-driven development these days. What does it mean to have a standard if it's not based on consensus? But that isn't based on consensus, right? That is based on whether something is actually hard or not. It is, at the time, it would have been hard for anybody. It's just less hard for more experienced people. That's it. But it's still complicated to have accomplished in vanilla JavaScript a dialogue or a pop-up or whatever it is. Creating a framework is not necessary to understand that something is complicated. I'll do this again with a different text. Sure. I think adoption can look a lot like consensus when it isn't necessarily the same thing. Yeah. IE had its own version of JS. Did you know that? I did know that, yes. That was probably not a good idea, I don't think. Well, it might have been a good idea if IE actually pushed JS forward. Right, Arvis. It's an argument if statistics and stats don't factor in context outside the data. Why do you think Microsoft did that? I don't know. Why didn't they follow the standard? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. Help me out, Trace. Why didn't they follow the standard? Travis says, I had no issues writing complex apps in IE 6 days from a JS perspective. We just had to know what you were doing. It wasn't difficult, though. I would agree with that, Travis, but I would say that our experience that way was not like the typical experience because there was no standard. Okay. What does that have to do with whether something was difficult or not? Just noticed you were streaming on YouTube after 3.5 hours. Not one of those jerks gave you a like, so I did. Them probably came here to watch. Thank you, Elko. I appreciate it, man. Oh, by the way, hi, Elko. Good to see you. Arva says to spell it out, the adoption rate of a certain tech is not strictly indicative of being good, nor is its ability to pool money together. Arvis. When the system feeds back into itself and inherently encourages the adoption of that technology in order to get hired. Yeah, it's a like a false, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy essentially. They create a problem, then they create a solution, and then they hire against that solution, and they go, "See, told you." There used to be competing standards. They got polyfilled. And ActiveX object was terrible. So, do you know it was difficult to make cross-browser apps? Yes, Shreyas, I know that it was difficult to do that. Yes. I still don't understand why you need a standard to tell you when something is difficult. Yes, it was hard. Why do you need the standard to tell you that? Why can you not just contend with the fact that it was difficult and you need to push standards forward? Why do you have to create a framework to do that? I don't know what happened, Shreyas. What happened next? We have a streamer to tell us that. That's right, Sergeant. Just ask me. We had 1 billion libraries to make it easier. So what? Oh god, it hurts. It it hurts just a little bit, Shreyas. So what? So what if the libraries made certain things that were hard easier? So it became the standard. You still have not given me an argument as to why the lack of frameworks would not have led to the same result, given that all these frameworks are based on the very language I'm describing, JavaScript. You cannot have a framework without JavaScript. If you have JavaScript and it's hard, why wouldn't you push for standards to move forward with just JavaScript? Why do you need to have a framework to do it? You still haven't given me an argument for that. You're describing what is. No, it does not need to be proven that a solution works to become a standard. What needs to be proven is that something is difficult to do. You don't have to create a framework to prove that a solution works. You mean to tell me, Shreyas, that every single browser specification API that got pushed forward was based on a framework standard? Every single one? 100% across the board? No. That's bullshit and you know it. Now you're just lying. Almost all of the APIs is not 100% of the fucking APIs. I said 100%. You're telling me 100% of everything a browser has done in terms of spec APIs has been moved forward by a framework. Don't say almost. It's an either or. Yes, 100% or no, not 100%. It's never either or. Shreyas, can you answer a goddamn question or are you just not capable of doing that? Answer the question. Is it 100% or is it not 100%, Shreyas? Because if you're not going to answer the question, I'm just not going to engage with you. Still not answering the question. So just for the record, Shreyas does not want to answer the question. Probably because he knows he's fucking wrong. I could be, says Shreyas. So, you cannot say that 100% of browser specifications were moved forward by a framework. Can you, Shreyas? But most APIs we enjoy today are because of Most. I am asking if all are. Did all of them move forward because of APIs? Because of frameworks? All of them. You still haven't answered the question. Yes or no? No, Shreyas, you're still not answering the question. No, I'm done. I'm not engaging with you anymore, Shreyas. You can't answer a goddamn question. Why should I talk to you? No, answer the question because I'm sick and tired of playing these games where you continue. No, just answer the question with a yes or no. Don't do this I will follow this stupid shit line of arguments with me. Answer the goddamn question. Yes or no? Yes or no, Shreyas? That's what I'm getting to, Travis, and Shreyas refuses to answer. Okay, I'm done with Shreyas. Yeah, Shreyas isn't making any actual points, and he's not engaging in good faith in any of the questions. He won't even answer a simple yes or no. All he does is just shift the goalposts right now. I'm just not engaging with Shreyas on this anymore. He just doesn't have a leg to stand on unless he can answer a question succinctly as asked. So no is the answer to your question. No, browser spec APIs are not 100% influenced by frameworks. As in, another way to put it would be some browser spec APIs are not influenced by frameworks. Yes? Right, Shreyas? I just want to make sure I got this right, what you're conceding to. So, 100% of browser spec API standards have not been influenced by 100% frameworks. As in, there are some browser spec APIs that have not been influenced by frameworks. Correct or incorrect? Sure? No, not sure. It's a definitive answer one way or the other. Yes. Okay. Correct. Okay. Therefore, your argument that frameworks push browser specification APIs is complete and utter donkey shit. It's not even worthy of being horse shit because horse shit is one tier above what you just are arguing for this whole time. It's donkey shit. Yeah, go ahead and cope. Go ahead and cope, Shreyas. No, it's not. No. You literally just admitted that frameworks are not a requirement to browser specification APIs being pushed forward. Your argument is donkey shit. Yes, not all. Some APIs exist because of libraries. Yes, but not all. Therefore, there is no necessity to have a library to push API specifications. It is not required. So your previous argument stating that the only way these things move forward is via frameworks is donkey shit. Hey, sneaky foxtrot. Our debate. What did we have before React or jQuery? Were those APIs good? No, they were not. And my argument, which you just conceded to, by the way, is that you did not require React or jQuery to understand that those APIs were not good. Base 62. Why weren't they just good to start? Why weren't they just good to start? I don't know. I don't know why. I can't put myself in the shoes of the people who created them to understand the complexities of those. I don't have the historical context to answer that. If you know, I'm all ears. But I don't definitively know why they weren't good to begin with. Nor do I think that even if you can make a case to say something like, well, they weren't good to begin with because people didn't have a need for them. Is that the only reason you can think of? I could see that being a case, but is that the only case? What about because it was difficult to create these standards the way that they should have been created, and or maybe it was unforeseeable to see how these standards should have been implemented until they got out there? I don't think it's strictly that. Technology is a treadmill. That's literally what Spiro's saying at its core. React isn't needed. Right. Also, can I just say it's easy to look back on something from 30 years ago and say it's not good, but for the time it was revolutionary. Evolution takes iteration. I can agree with that. I agree with you too, Arvis, that there is churn and a treadmill. Yeah. So how can we see something that's not foreseeable? You can't. You can't. But that is not an argument for the necessity of a complicated framework that obscures what's going on under the hood in order to understand what's going on under the hood and why under the hood is bad. That's like telling me to see that I have a flat tire requires me to put a door over the tire so that I can't see it in order to understand that I have a flat tire. But that's what you were saying before. That was the only reason that you gave for any amount of browser specification forward pushing. And my argument is that it's not, which now you've conceded to. It's not a necessity. Therefore, we have a way to move core fundamental things forward without adding complication. Shut up, Sergeant. Okay? I'm not exactly happy with Laravel either. I want lots of things to happen to Laravel, but so why did it not happen then? If you want my take on why it didn't happen, I'm going to be honest with you. It did not happen because people who used the core stuff, the fundamental stuff, actually understood what the fuck they were doing and actually had the balls to contend with those issues instead of being weak little pussies that created fucking frameworks to do bullshit code so that they could finally fucking understand that what they were doing was bullshit. Let's just make our own internet real quick. On the next episode, I code soap with Perl CGI. Like, I don't see a lot of people, a lot of, graybeard people who ran in the C circle days complaining much about the way C is. But I do see a lot of people who don't understand what's going on under the hood because they're used to using abstractions over top of C, pull out their hair and go, why is this so frustrating? That's my take on why we didn't complain about these things before, because we actually just had the balls to just deal with the problem. Mind you, that's like, it's anecdotal, so I can't say that as like a confident, like, yes, clearly there's some statistics that makes it so many people complain about it. Yeah, see, so that's the thing, is that you may see a lot of people complain about C and I don't, so I can appreciate that. It's part of the issue I have with C++. CPP is just all, yeah. But people who use C just grew a pair and dealt with it. People who use vanilla JS back before browser standards were moved forward just grew a pair and dealt with it. And I would argue that the browser standards would have still moved forward as more people complain that doing something in vanilla JS, regardless of framework, was still difficult. It just might have taken longer because we had grown-ups in the room. because the types make code hard, folks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, bye, Shreyas. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, we'll continue this. No, I'm not satisfied either. Are you gonna come back and satisfy me, Shreyas? Sick degen. Sick degen. He'll try. Okay. Let's just ban frameworks. Yes. I agree. Let's just ban frameworks. No, I would agree. And if that means you ban Laravel along with it and I don't get to use Laravel anymore, but I get to use PHP in its current state, I'm down. I'm 100% down. Like, I'm not even joking. Isn't C a framework around assembly? It's in every language a framework around ASM. Oh, jeez. Why don't we just toggle switches? Vulkan isn't a library, it's a standard implemented by the GPU OEMs. It's just an API. Right. Right. There is a difference between a library and an API. Holy crap, like GPU vendor can't even agree to do the same things. I'm just sure, just toss whatever out. Sergeant Pepper's the Molotov mocktail we need, but not the one we deserve, right? Not the one we deserve. Vulkan is low level, low overhead, cross platform API, and open standard for 3D graphics and computing. It's an ASM framework around firing electrons around your CPU by hand. Bananums, yeah. devs are largely unable to answer your question. You're not, the best devs will just will their programs into existence. No, only Chuck Norris can do that. It's a great hide-in with bananas. Bye, Shreyas. I just, I can't. I don't. I don't understand. I don't understand. No, Shreyas, I have nothing against you personally. Just don't feel bad. I'm sorry if I hurt you. Understood, Shreyas. Understood. Nobody has any hurt. No, I mean, yeah, I think we can all tell that we're you know, we're having heated. It's like a heated discussion among friends. Let's put it that way. Yeah, but it's still a heated discussion, and we still have. You know what? Honestly, we should be having these discussions, right? Like, this is important. We should be making our cases for why something is or isn't or whatever. Like, is if you just this is part of my complaint, is that if we just stand back and just say nothing and do nothing, we don't improve anything. Nobody. Okay, if they do, I'll ban him. Yeah, Spiro, you pulling at your face like that needs to be an emote. Sure. That's what friends do. Yeah, yeah. We should be having heated discussions and fiercely defending our points so that we can get to somewhere better, hopefully, right? And then being okay with that. We don't have hard feelings around here except for Hind graphics, but that's a different kind of hard feeling. It's a very different kind of hard feeling, yeah. Yeah, you can hear that in the sigh I just gave. Another high to end again by Shreyas. Yeah. I'm just yeah, I'm just deeply unsatisfied with the way that the tech industry is now, and then we complain about hiring and people can't find jobs, and why does the quality of software seem to be plummeting, and why are websites the way they are, and even if you can say that websites have higher interactivity, which I would I wouldn't contest that. There's more rich interactive content, but at what cost? And on what dependence? The dependency, like, it's required that people have better hardware and higher bandwidth in order to accommodate these things. My argument is that these things shouldn't have been required, that we've always had everything we've needed to do things much better, much more efficiently, without having to go lean so hard into these other crutches to make these things possible. And it's crazy to me how people get sucked into using a particular abstraction that obfuscates things and makes things, generally speaking, worse in the long run. Maybe not immediately, but in the long run. And then they defend it to the hilt, like life would be over without these things. No, life would move on. And we still would have a lot of the things that we would have today, and perhaps even more. Would it be harder? Yes. But by necessity, that level of difficulty would also mean that the people implementing these things would also be more knowledgeable about what they're doing because they would have more stuff to contend with. Why is that a bad thing? Why is doing hard work a bad thing? Sometimes you want to do things easier. There's a place for that. I can understand that, but like, it's gone too far in that direction. We're trying to make the experience and the feelings good. For what? Travis says, I would argue in general that frameworks are the main reason that computers are exponentially faster than 30 years ago from a hardware perspective, but are slower to the end user. Yeah. So exactly, that I would agree. Frameworks pushed the need for hardware because they suck. And so great, you have more hardware, and so then it's like, well, great, now we get to use the frameworks. No, all you're doing is crutching bad frameworks. But what's happened is that they produce, generally speaking, they produce crap. And then we defend that. We can do a lot more with the hardware we have. And frameworks are not a necessity to move these things forward. It's mind-boggling. And then the people that are like, well, it's bottom dollar. No, it's just because you got to make that dollar, you got to make that paycheck. Businesses need to run. That is such a short-sighted view. To rush to an end game so that you can grab that dollar, and then the consequences are someone else's problem because once you've made enough money, you don't have to deal with it. That is so short-sighted. The quick buck is lesser than the long-term quality buck. But nobody says that. Nobody stands up for that. We're all just, we've become lazy and complacent, and well, the CEO gets the bonuses and they're chasing the dollar, so why don't I get mine? Who cares about putting in, quality effort? There's also architectural patterns and other abstractions and paradigms that have contributed to it. There are, yeah. Yeah, and the reason why I think frameworks like React are particularly bad is because they have huge clout, they have huge voices, and those mindsets, those principles, end up infecting other aspects beyond just web technologies. They end up getting into backend, which I think is provably true, and they end up getting into like embedded hardware options or implementations, and then pretty soon it's just everywhere and becomes the standard because everyone's doing these things. And so like nobody can escape these things, these terrible ideas, especially given enough time. Well, it worked on web dev. Why couldn't it work on this, embedded hardware device software that I have to do? Had a senior dev try for 10 minutes to convince me that comparing two strings and a DB is faster than comparing two ints. No way. No way. If they're index keys, they should be the same in theory. Sure, that's kind of sure. I get that's kind of besides the point, The cars in the string, they were, yeah. Yeah, I think Travis is talking about actual comparison. So you can does he know what an ALU is? Yeah, that doesn't check out. I think you can make a very good case for um well, then we need better, education. And then I would argue part of that education is not obfuscation and is an abstraction. If you throw people into the deep end and use things the way that they are intended to be used and have them struggle with difficult challenges and have them overcome those challenges, that is key to their education. Hang on a sec. Okay, I'm back. What else should I rant about? What other unhinged rant should I go on? Anybody? Throw me a topic for an unhinged, insane rant. About how modern graphics APIs are needlessly complicated. They are needlessly complicated. They're just coping mechanisms for people who don't know how to properly use graphics APIs. Try about find your viewer. Yeah. It's the same kind of principled thinking as the frameworks. It's just a way to hide the fact that you don't know what you're doing. So you add complexity under the guise of simplicity. It's just bizarro world. That's all it is. Make no mistake. I now understand GL way better as a result of having used Vulkan, but damn, it's frustrating. You're just doing that's the trick, laugh. If you don't want to deal with the complicated GPU APIs, just do 2D. That's it. Then you're good. You know. And then you're good. Yeah, I was really hoping I could get to some of this web component stuff. But I don't know if I'm going to get to it today. I have to make a bunch of changes here. Um, I like forward renders better anyway. Wish it were possible to access a GPU directly and not even use these APIs. I agree, Travis. Why can't we do that? Why can you not just? And we talked about this, Travis. Why can't you just? Why can you not just blit pixels, right? Startup pro. No, that's not what I want. I just want this. What is this ID? Oh. Um. Oops. So I have to replace an old URL with a new URL. I have to find all instances of the old URL and replace them. The issue is we have admittedly some crappy code and it's kind of hard to track down all the use cases. And I click go to. Let me just see if I can find. Oh yeah, there it is. Select manual. Okay, so can I do a search? Select manual. When are we getting Notepad minus minus, Travis? Company profile URL. Yes, I think that's what I want. Company profile. When, Travis? When are we getting? Actually, need to work on that some more. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I'm telling you to get back to work. Because I need it. Working on multiple buffer support at the moment. Not fast enough. Okay, not fast enough. I need it now. Is it Notepad with Vim motions? Maybe. Kind of like Vim, but more functionality as standard instead of relying on plugins. Yes. Really, really light is the goal. Yes. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I cannot wait to see what hell we're about to create for ourselves. I'm looking forward to the hell upon which we will descend on ourselves. At the moment, it only runs on Linux and Mac OS. I'll have to add Windows support later because CMD is different. Just tell everyone to use WSL, and if they don't, then too bad. That's all you got to do. Just you don't. Not my problem. Just use WSL, otherwise you're out of luck. Deal with it. I'm considering doing it without linking the C standard lib because reasons. Yeah, why not? Why not? Nobody really likes glibc. Yeah, nobody really likes glibc. What kind of a name is glibc? Right? Terrible name. Glibc. And that is the correct way to pronounce it. Don't tell me that's not the correct way, okay? It's glibc. Yes, Arvis. Glip. Pretty glib name, to be honest. Yeah, Arvis. I know. Glipka. I'm putting the right emphasis on the right letters, Arvis, okay? Why are you hassling me like this? You're obsessed with prepending the organization to everything? You mean like Facebook with React? Put the emphasis on the right syllable. I am. Galipka. GNU Linux. Yeah, I know. I mean, if I had, I would do it too. Let's be real. I would do it too. It'd be like Slibka, you know? Just react. Kind of like saying Aaron or Balake or D Nice. D's nuts. Got him, boys. React these nuts. GPU these nuts. Glibk these nuts. You can these nuts anything. You can these nuts these nuts. These nuts these nuts. Know what I'm saying? It's like PHP, yeah. Okay, so I've updated that. That's fine. I'm trying to think what else I need to do. Okay, I'm gonna leave that be for a moment. I'm gonna go and actually write down some requirements for what I need out of this web component HTMX PHP thing. Where should I put that? Where should I put it in a doc? Okay, let me pull up. Okay, it's gonna be. All right, pull that up and do that, and then I guess I'll move. Go. Okay. Okay, so the requirements I'm trying to get out of here are web component must be able to execute HTMX. Maybe a sub requirement would be able to execute hyperscript, maybe, but not a hard, I guess not a hard requirement. Must be able to contain localized CSS styles to that component without the need for external CSS, possibly without the need for external CSS files, probably built in. Must be able to work with like REST API or I guess like JSON based data as opposed to HTMX and generally produce the same thing. Now this requirement is quite iffy. It might be too crazy. It might even be stupid. Because you're kind of duplicating your HTML. I'm gonna think on that one. I might be wording it wrong. Okay. Must be able to be run alongside other like frameworks or web applications. I don't know, something like that. As standalone components. Have to be a test. So then that way you'd have something that would. That way you have a web component that could use Laravel with blade fragments and stuff, and you would also be able to use REST APIs to handle interactivity if that's what you want, and you'd also be able to mix and match your framework. So if you wanted to use the shell of an app, you'd just take like the top menu web component and it would know how to reach into your main application. Then you could run local client-side stuff additionally. So I'm trying to think if there are any other requirements like I don't want to be allow for browser utilization of caching key aspects like CSS, for example, so that there isn't like reduce repetitive loads. Okay, I'm sure the requirements will change as I get into it, but that's what I want to be doing. Let me see what's going on over here with my work. Oh, hang on. Wait. Okay, so I have not completed everything on here, right? So let me go over to Yep, there it is. Okay, so I was missing a few lines of code there. Got that. Got that. Okay, so these are my requirements over here. So I just finished writing those. Might as well put those on screen so I can work on them a bit. This. Up. Go over to stage, merge it. Staging. That up. Go. Production. And then merge. Merge stage into production. Do it live. Okay, deploying to production live. If product feels better about that. Okay, so now with these requirements, this should be pretty simple actually, I think. Having a web component use HTMX to pull in HTML from the back end should not be that difficult. Localizing JavaScript to that component so that it's interactive shouldn't be that hard. Nor should localizing the CSS. Because do I not have where did I had a web component that kind of did this already. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. So in order to do that, maybe I can use something like to sync with CSS and shadow root adopted style sheets to include global and current. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's great. So then I can have some CSS that's localized. I can have some JavaScript that's localized. It's going to be like this little hybrid approach to things. So I can work on that. I'm down with that. All right. Now, I want to look at what I'm going to be doing for tomorrow's stream. So tomorrow, I'm probably going to rant about some more stupidity in the tech industry. And I'm going to try and work on some of this turn-based stuff. I want to create that diamond thing and plug it into the multiplayer aspect and add in some animations. Maybe what I should do is first I'll do the radial range. Then I'll add in the ability to attack turn by turn. And I'll add in an animation to shoot a cannonball out the side, and it just fires off to the target, and then I'll plug in some multiplayer, and then we'll have turn-based multiplayer. Extreme boat chess. Okay. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna go do some boring work and have dinner and spend some time with family and all that. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm seriously considering coming back on later to work on this. I want to work on the game. So you guys might be seeing me later, okay? But I'm not promising it. Worst case though, you're gonna see me tomorrow. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'll start earlier, and yeah, we'll kick some butt. But I'm gonna go do family stuff, be a good husband, be a good dad, all that stuff. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for listening to me rant and so on and whatever. But just know that I just want you guys to know that I really care about this kind of stuff, right? I really truly care. I'm really passionate about programming and all of that. And I just want to do better. And I just want to fight for all of us to have better stuff in this space. That's all. So I appreciate it. You're working on Notepad minus as you speak. Damn. Travis, I would stay on and co-work with you. Man, I feel bad, but I gotta go do family stuff, man. I'm sorry. I'll try and come back on later, okay? And because I do need to do some work. So maybe I'll go do the family stuff and then I'll come back on later. But worst case, I'll be on tomorrow morning. Keep at it, Travis, okay? Keep at it. I'm learning Odin and OpenGL for the same reasons. Yeah, Laugh. You'll learn so much from doing that kind of stuff. Like, you may or may not be awake. Okay. Hey, Jay, how's it going? Jay, the developer. Good to see you, Jay. I'm just ending the stream. I'm gonna go do family stuff and have dinner and whatnot. It's going. Morning is complete write-off. Yeah. What is that, Jay? I'll hang around for a minute and hear Jay's complaints. He can vent to me, and then in the meantime, I'll find somebody to raid. Oh, we're gonna raid Chris. Stand-up and retro meetings are just insane waste of time. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. They are ways to hide the fact that managers do not know how to properly manage a team. It's a way to wash yourself to absolve yourself of the responsibility of properly managing a team. That's what stand-ups and retros are for. Like, not 100% of the time, but I would say like a vast majority of the time. Retros once in a while are actually like, they're okay. Stand-ups once in a while are actually okay. You want to check in like, a few times a month, or have a retro like once every longer period of time. There's nothing like too terribly wrong with that. But when it's the hard lean into like the constant grind of that. Stand-ups are you treating your productivity like a bad date and standing them up? Yeah. team I was on previously did Slack thread stand-ups. That's at least better. It's still kind of like, it's still kind of a little awkward, but I do actually prefer stand-ups where people put it into a message, instead of having to pull everyone in and divert everyone's attention for a consistent set of time. Yeah, it's less time wasting. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, or at least one where people fill out a Confluence page or something to keep updates short. Yeah, yeah, you spend less time. This is yeah, thanks, Jay. This is another aspect of people become like lazy and complacent. Managers go, "Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, I don't know how to manage people. Oh, I don't know how to manage developers. What am I? I feel bad because I suck at managing because I don't understand. I don't want to put the effort into understanding how to properly manage a development team." And then somebody comes along and says, "Hey, I have a way out for you. It's an abstraction called Agile, and if you follow it to the T like a cult, then all your problems will be solved for you. Don't worry, we've done the thinking for you. You don't have to think for yourself and actually properly manage a team, treat people like adults, and and like take actual care of your development team. Just check off these boxes, and as soon as all the check boxes are checked off, you're fine. You're fine." And then management can go, "Well, I know our development team didn't meet expectations or deadlines or anything like that. Whatever it is, hiring, firing, financial, whatever it is. But I filled out I check marked all those check boxes because you told me to follow Agile, and so now I don't feel so bad because I did everything I was supposed to do." And that is the exact mindset, not exact, but like it's a similar mindset to many other things that go on in the tech industry, like the Unreal Engine thing, for example, where all you're doing is actually just catering to people's feelings and not whether something is effective or not, particularly long term. People have a very short term vision on it. Agile is stupid as hell. It's just a scapegoat for people to feel good about themselves. It's just ridiculous. Stop being lazy. Do work. Be proud of your work, damn it. Have some pride in your work, especially hard work. Have pride in work that's hard. Don't have pride in crappy, obfuscated techniques to make hard work seem easy, but it just adds more complexity, unnecessary complexity and risk and issues, especially over the long term. Think through what you're doing and what it means for you long term. Stop focusing only on chasing that dollar and making that paycheck and that's it. Someone else's problem after that. No, it is your problem. And and unlike whatever Shreyas might say, you don't need 160 gigachat IQ, and you're not a caveman either. You can do it. Jeez. That's my dad inspiration, whatever, for the day. We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Chris. And apparently you're not supposed to say that on YouTube, but whatever. Okay, whatever. We're going to move. Yeah. YouTube does not like raid, and I multi-stream to YouTube, so you're not supposed to say it. They can ding you for that. Yeah. So I'm gonna move everyone over. Okay, to Chris's channel. Have fun. Thanks for being here. And the thing that we're gonna tell Chris is don't be lazy. That's the message. Don't be lazy. Okay, peace out, everyone. Thanks for being here.